been a long time since this happened. I think 2006. Can't remember the exact year, but it was shortly before I entered high school. I did one of those week-long Christian summer camps with my school at Hume Lake in California. I've done a little internet searching, but never found other stories connected with the campground. I'm hoping by sharing mine that maybe someone else will have experienced something similar in that place. One night, everybody in the camp went into the big auditorium, and speakers talked about life, death, Jesus, the works. They had this silent time, and I was feeling emotional at that point because a cousin of mine had passed away within the last year, and everything they talked about just combined overwhelmed me. So I wanted to go back to the cabin to be by myself and cry a bit. I'm normally a scaredy cat with a big imagination of the dark, but with all that I was thinking of, I didn't feel scared to walk alone. The cabin was close to the edge of the camp, with a dirt road separating it from the woods. There were orange streetlights on the road that I was walking up, but not on that road where it would tee off. At the tee in the road, right in the tree line, was a human-sized white shape, like it was made of white light. No distinguishable legs or arms, but I could clearly see a head and shoulders. So picture a head shape down to the shoulders, and then the sides, they just went straight down to the ground. There were no strange sounds or anything else. I fucking bolted back down the way I came. I bumped into a group of cabin mates since the auditorium event finished. One tried to say that maybe I saw a cougar or wild animal. For years, I would involuntarily tear up and get chills and goosebumps when retelling this. Since then, I also tear up when I hear others' first-person ghost stories. I wish I hadn't gotten scared at that time. But anyway, I've always hoped that I'm not the only one to have seen something at Hume Lake. This happened almost 25 years ago, way before cell phones were a thing. When I was 17, my brother, 13 at the time, were traveling in northern British Columbia in mid-November. This is important as the darkness at this time of year in the mountains is absolute. We were in the Pine Pass between Chetwynd and Prince George, BC. Anyone who knows this area knows how desolate it is. I'm talking hundreds of kilometers between gas stations and any kind of people or buildings. We were just about at the Powder King ski resort turnoff, and it was getting late. We pulled into a roadside turnout around 10 or 10:30 p.m. because I was super tired. My brother was already sleeping. I pull in and park near some tourist signage, lock my doors, and put my seat back to sleep. I was dead asleep when something snapped me awake. To this day, I'm not sure what it was that woke me up. I was looking around trying to figure out what was happening, when all of a sudden my car was surrounded by 4 or 5 men. They started yanking on the door handles, trying to get into the car. I'm not sure if they saw that I was awake or not, but I sat up and slammed the car into drive and peeled out of there. I'm not sure if I hit one of them or not, and I didn't care to check. I didn't stop again until my aunties in Prince George. It was one of the most terrifying times in my life. So, to the 4 or 5 men in the Pine Pass who tried to get into a car with 2 kids, I hope I ran at least one of your feet over. Not too long ago, I was home alone while watching some 100 Days Minecraft Demon Slayer stuff, and I heard the door to the basement door open. Now, the kitchen door has a specific squeak that I'm very used to by now, due to me living in this house for almost 12 years. This was around 9 a.m. My mom left at 8:45. I was confused because my mom wasn't supposed to be back yet. She was supposed to be gone for around an hour. I got up and I grabbed a bat, knowing that shit was about to go down. I slowly crept towards my kitchen, and by the time I got to the dining room, I heard the door close. This door, by the way, is hard to open at a certain point. I walked into the kitchen and I heard loud rustling coming from the other side of the door. I gripped the baseball bat tight and walked over to the door and opened it. The moment I opened the door to the garage slammed. Note that this door is heavy and it can't really be moved by an air vacuum. I thought it was my mom, and it was just a coincidence, and she was bringing in the recycling bin. But I saw no recycling bin. I still thought it was a coincidence. I opened the door, thinking I'd see my mom. I saw no proof of anybody. Freaks me out even writing this. Also, it's just the more that I think about it, the more it becomes clear that it wasn't anything that science can explain. I was drinking with my girlfriend's dad over Easter. His name is Daryl, and he's a really big conspiracy theorist, but his story was a first-hand account. Something his then-wife saw right beside him. He told me it was a clone, but what I think he was possibly suggesting is a doppelganger. It all started after he'd been ranting about aliens for a while. Don't get me wrong, I believe in aliens, but I don't know about the whole Men in Black thing. Anyways, my girlfriend and I asked him what was the wildest thing that he's ever experienced firsthand, possibly something he had a witness for. Before he starts in, he tells me and her that he doesn't like this one very much, that it's heavy, he warns, but continues with, it's what we're looking for, but it's heavy. We tell him it's cool, proceed. Just so you all know that are reading this, it's not cool. It's absolutely shocking, and he was fair in his warning that it's heavy, so just don't say that I didn't warn you or whatever. Okay, so this all occurred in the early 2000s. Daryl and his ex-wife were in Las Vegas. He says that they were scheduled to take a helicopter tour over the Grand Canyon. As they were waiting to board, his ex-wife points out that this other man has a striking resemblance to his own. Daryl says that he couldn't help but to agree. He says his stomach dropped when the man turned around and had the same birthmark on the back of his neck. Daryl has a pretty big, unique-looking birthmark that spans from his neck to the middle of his back. If you believe birthmarks are past scars from death, I'd say this birthmark looks like he was chopped with a sword. When Daryl saw that identical birthmark, he says he knew that his DNA was stolen at the hotel they stayed at. He did his best to collect everything that he had used, he said. Cups, silverware, towels. But they must have collected hair samples while they slept, he said. Now, with this wild theory becoming more fact than plausible in his mind, I interrupt his rant and ask, so what did you do? He says that he confronted the imposter. His ex-wife was pleading with him not to, but Daryl had to expose the truth. So he walks up behind this guy, grabs him by the shoulder and spins him around. It was like looking into a mirror, he says. Both men just stood there, staring at each other, the same shocked expression. But with the hunch of this man possibly being a clone, Daryl tells me that he starts grilling the guy, asking him his activation date. That's when his ex-wife grabbed him and then apologized for her husband's behavior. Soon, the pilots came out and everyone was separated into 4 groups for the helicopter ride. Lo and behold, Daryl's doppelganger, aka imposter clone, is paired off in his group. Daryl says that his clone looked intimidated getting onto the helicopter with him, but also that he didn't seem to be with anyone. just a guy going on a ride by himself. Daryl's ex-wife threatens divorce if he makes a scene. The first leg of the sightseeing tour was fine, but as the helicopter was returning to the south rim of the canyon, the man with the identical features as Daryl, the doppelganger, he gets a glazed look over his eyes. He takes off his headphones, stands up, walks to the exit door, and pulls it open. Everyone starts freaking out, the pilot yelling to close the door. Meanwhile, Daryl's struggling to unbuckle his seatbelt, and the man turns to look at all of them, and then just steps out of the helicopter. Daryl says he finally got his seatbelt free, but all he could do was close the door. For the most part, everyone was silent, except his ex-wife. She was melting down, as Daryl put it. Nobody knew why he did it. Daryl actually paused when he got to that part. My eyes were glued on him. I was sort of in a shocked state from what he'd just told me. I didn't have any questions for him this time. As I looked at him, I just thought, damn, he was there. This story, surprisingly, didn't end with a wild conspiracy rant, though it did start with one. This one, it was different. I could tell that he had experienced something truly life-changing. He says that his ex never got over that one, pinning this incident as one that started their long road to an inevitable divorce. Daryl finished by telling us that they read in the morning paper police had found his body deep in the canyon later that day. No other information was reported about the man. So I live in a county that was pretty rural until the last 10 or 15 years. The biggest town in our county is pretty crowded now, overcrowded, and I hate it. I moved from there to the countryside. I like where I live, except it can be really creepy at night, because for miles and miles, it's dark and no streetlights. One thing about this county is that the main roads always get backed up real quick. There's an accident or whatever, so it pays to go on the back roads. The back roads, like any other rural place, are less populated, dark, lots of trees, and no sidewalks. Anyway, a few years ago, something happened that almost made me stop using the back roads. I was driving home kind of late one night. I decided to take one particular back road that shaved off 10 minutes from my commute home. I was tired and I had to get up early, so I was going fast, trying to get home soon. This road is a little more populated than some, but it's still super spooky in some stretches, because huge trees are alongside the road and their branches and leaves make a tunnel of sorts. So I'm zipping through and around a curve. Up ahead, I see what I thought was a giant garden flag. You know, the flags that people put up in the springtime in their yards? Well, I thought it was a weird flag because it seemed like it was fairly tall and large, and it was in the middle of the road. As I get closer, my headlights hit it, and it's not a flag. It is a person, a lady. She was wearing a red fez. I live in rural Maryland. You don't just see a fez every day. A long, flowy white dress and an orange reflective sash across her chest. A little strange because she's in the middle of the street. As I drove past her, it got weirder. As dark as it was, as I drove by, I could see that she was about 60. She had glasses, and I could see her bright blue eyes. She looked in my passenger window, and she started doing this weird bounce thing. I thought she was going to try and get in my car. Mind you, I'm going pretty fast. I don't know what it was about her, but she freaked me the fuck out. I didn't think that she would rob me. I really thought that she was a soul snatcher or a skinwalker. I honestly didn't think that she was human. I can't adequately describe how creepy she was. I sped past her as fast as I could. I kept glancing in my back seat to make sure she had not materialized in my car. I prayed, recited scripture, and kept watch in my rearview mirror. It was spring, so a little warm, but I felt bone-chillingly cold. I finally make it home, and I run in to tell my mom the story. I got in just as my brother was telling my mom about this weird lady he saw as he was driving. It was the same lady, but he saw her at the intersection from the highway and the back road, whereas I saw her further down the road. We both had the same reaction. She also tried looking in his car. She was also bouncing around when he saw her. He said that there was a car in front of him that sped off so fast when they drove past the lady. My brother was so freaked out, he won't travel that road anymore, not even during the day. Eventually, I found out that the lady lives in the woods. Apparently, at one time, her family lived on that road. Her father was ill, and she tried to take him to the hospital. He died on the way there, and she drove around with his body in her car for hours. I guess she has mental health issues, and I think she lost the house or got kicked out. I have friends that live off that street, so when I was talking about it, they knew exactly who it was. I still go on that road, but I haven't seen her since. I do hope she's okay, but I really do not want to run into her again. I have many ghost stories to share that have happened at various points in my life. The first one happened 20 years ago or so. I was staying over at my dad's house for the weekend back when I was 6 or 7. At the time, my sister and brother were living there, so I didn't have a bed. Instead, I was sleeping in my father's room, on the floor, on a big circular cushion. My father's house was eerie, to say the least. I really didn't like being there. The reasons will become clear soon, but I had just gone to bed. My head was facing into the hallway. My father was downstairs, lying down on the couch, watching TV. As I was laying there, I started to hear some odd noises. I brushed it off as my father's cats. No big deal. I turned over to face the wall and closed my eyes. The noises continued, and they were getting louder. I started to get scared, and something was telling me to turn around and look into the hallway. I wish I hadn't. There in the hallway was this black shadow crawling on the floor, coming down the hallway. It then crawled up the wall and onto the ceiling. As any child would do at that point, I pulled the blankets over my head and I closed my eyes tight. When I opened my eyes and pulled down the blankets, the shadow was gone. I knew it couldn't have been cats because, A, cats really don't climb up walls or on ceilings, and B, I came to find out that one of the cats was sleeping on my father's bed. I never really saw that shadow thing ever again. Before I get into my story, please note that I do not, have not, and will not get into drugs or narcotics, and that what I'm saying is the absolute truth. As fake as it may sound, please listen. I was taking a course that required me to be there in person. The course took place at a school that was a 40 to 45-minute walk depending on your pace. For the most part, though, my dreadful coordination has led me to getting lifts from my mother each morning to school. From school, however, I'd have to walk home, as she finishes at a later hour. I still remember feeling nervous about walking home alone. I'd never done it before. As I'm a dependent person, relying heavily on other people to help guide me through life, it's something I'm working on, and I knew this would be a step in the right direction, even if it wasn't by choice. The first few times were smooth sailing. It's a fairly simple path, despite being a long walk, by my standards at least. I don't get out much. But I felt comfortable with the process, nonetheless, until this one particular day, after the class ended. I, of course, started to walk home once the class concluded, alone, and started feeling odd. I'm not sure how else one would describe the feeling of being watched other than creeped out. Like, not just a simple glance over. It felt like someone was actively observing every step I took. But that's when my focus drifted back to the person walking ahead of me. They weren't directly in front of me. I'm not good with estimates, so if I had to guess, I'd say 14 meters away, enough for me to make out their features. I didn't notice this before, as I tend to shy away from looking at people, but I realized that this person has all too familiar features. Their hair, clothing, bag, hell, even their odd gait matched my own. And their pinky finger. In a previous year, I punched a brick wall which left my pinky finger disformed. That girl had the exact same thing on the exact same hand. It's not a coincidence. I didn't know what to do other than act like nothing was wrong, but at the same time, I couldn't look away from her. I was freaking out on the inside. I watched her, trying to see if perhaps I could catch a glimpse of her face and get the confirmation I wanted, that this really is just a coincidence, and I'm overthinking this whole thing. I couldn't tell if she started catching on that someone was watching her, but she would not stop walking down the same roads, going in the direction of my home, looking exactly like me. She just walked around the freaking corner and then poof, gone. I felt even more freaked out. I don't know what to think. Am I going crazy? Did I imagine the whole experience? I don't want to walk home again. I need help. Interested in people's opinions on this. I work nights, and on my days off, I generally keep the same pattern of sleep. I was awake at roughly 4 a.m. and decided to pop outside for a smoke before I got some sleep. I wasn't overly tired, so what I saw shouldn't have been affected by that. I was rolling my smoke in my living room when I hear talking in the direction of my back door. Knowing my back door is securely locked, I head into my kitchen to check through the windows when I see a large deer very close to the window, looking in. It was at eye level with me, and I'm 5'4". After about a minute of eye contact, it rounded the corner of my patio. I returned to my living room to check out the window, where it should have been visible, and it was totally gone. It had no escape routes. It's a dead end, with no gaps in the fence. It also didn't set off our outdoor lighting, which is normally very sensitive to movement. Even cats normally trigger it. Large deer are not native to my area of the UK. We only get small roe deer. Even if it was just a very big deer, that doesn't explain the talking that I heard the moment before. So I've decided to share a couple of experiences from when I was living with my grandparents in the 90s. Their house wasn't very big, just a small 2-bedroom rambler, shaped a lot like a mobile home, very rectangular. To get it out of the way, I was living with my grandparents because my parents were not equipped to be parents, basically. 3 years in, my mom would overdose, and my dad would be incarcerated. But before and after that, Grandma and Grandpa's house for me. The first experience was small enough, and no one was around to vouch for me, so I'm on my own with this one. I was in first grade. When it happened, I was in the bathroom, brushing my teeth. At that age, or that height rather, I couldn't quite see the mirror without stepping on this little stool. I went to grab the stool to stand on, and there was like this resistance to it, like it was stuck or someone was pulling on it. I confirmed with my eyeballs. The stool was stuck on nothing. There is nothing. Yet, as I tugged and tugged, it wouldn't budge. And then suddenly, it gave way, sending me backwards into the outside of the tub. Sitting there, shocked, I watched as the stool went from laying on its side to slowly picking itself back up. I ran out of that bathroom so fast, telling my grandma and grandpa what happened. They laughed, not in a mean way, but in a way that was wrapped with words like, "Aw, honey, so sorry that happened to you." Except I wanted to know what exactly had just happened to me. The next incident wouldn't take place for another year, when I was 8. I remember we were moving swiftly. We had a strictly enforced bedtime of 10 p.m. at Grandma and Grandpa's, and we really wanted to watch a movie. At some point, my cousin stopped moving around and I told him to hurry up so we could go watch the movie. But instead of responding, he just points towards the bathroom toilet, which is on the left side of the tub. I turn and I look over. The toilet paper roll, it's moving on its own. Not just unraveling on its own. No, it's unraveling upwards, as though someone is actually pulling on the toilet paper. We both stare at this for probably only a few seconds before we hear the crashing sound of something in the bathtub. We jump and we turn to see that everything has fallen off the shelves, and I mean everything. Just as we hear my grandma in the hallway shouting, "What are you boys doing in there?" The sink turns on, water coming out of the spout at full capacity. As my grandma walks in, she sees what looks like a mess. My cousin and I, we run out. We go towards our grandpa, with our grandma following behind. Once we told them and promised we didn't make the mess, it was still a similar reaction to the first experience. They exchanged looks, they laughed, and reassured us it was the wind, maybe air from the furnace. Well, they didn't see what we saw. After that incident, I never really had any other concrete, strange experiences, not in that house. Though I've never really let go of the feeling that it was definitely haunted. Both of my grandparents are gone now, so there's no way to ask, but part of me feels like maybe they knew all along that their house was haunted, and they just didn't want to scare us kids. So this happened when I was a kid, and my family and I lived in North Carolina. Our house was surrounded by woods, and there were only a few neighbors around us. Every once in a while during the night, at around midnight, I would just lay in bed, but I couldn't sleep. I felt a creepy vibe, like something or someone was watching me. Sometimes I would hear footsteps coming from the attic above my bedroom. It sounded like someone was walking around. One time, I went outside my bedroom into the hallway, but everyone in my family was sleeping and their doors were closed. So I went back to my bedroom and closed the door. I was laying in my bed again, and I heard the footsteps in the attic. Then I heard something fall in my closet. I was so scared that I ran into my parents' bedroom and woke them up. They were confused at first, but then I explained to them what I heard. My mom and dad said it was probably just my imagination, and they didn't believe me. They walked with me back to my bedroom, They looked around my bedroom and then went inside my closet. There was a board game that had spilled all over the closet floor. It was in the back of the shelf at the top of my closet, so there was no way it could have fallen without someone pushing it off. My parents helped me clean it up and put it back on the shelf. They said there was nothing to be scared of, and they put me back to bed. They went back to bed too, and a few minutes after they left, I heard someone whispering something. It sounded like they were calling my name. Then I saw a shadow that looked like a person walking across the wall by my closet. I thought it was a ghost, and I started freaking out again. I grabbed my pillow and blanket, and I went to sleep on my parents' bedroom floor. After that, I slept on their floor for a few more nights. Eventually, I went back to sleeping in my bedroom, and when I would lay in bed again at around midnight, I still heard the footsteps in the attic. And that continued every once in a while, until we eventually moved away. To this day, I still don't know what or who that was, but it freaks me out. Back when I was younger, I remember going to my grandma's house to celebrate holidays or general family get-togethers. You know, the usual stuff. As far back as I can remember, I always had the weirdest feeling being in her house, more specifically, the basement. I remember any time I'd even come close to the stairs that led to the basement, I'd get the most unsettling feeling. I couldn't even set foot on the stairs without feeling as if something was going to come out of the shadows and get me. Through the years, every time I'd visit Grandma's house, that unsettling feeling about the basement would remain. I always chalked it up to silly childhood fears of the dark and the basement. This was far from the case. One day, me and my cousin decided we'd be brave and go into the basement. We ended up going into a bedroom down there, and as we were looking around, we noticed writing on the wall inside one of the closets. It was in green ink and read, "I told you I would die before I turned 16. This spooked us, to say the least, so we ran upstairs and we told our parents. They ended up telling us the truth about the house, the dark history. My mom said that long before my grandma moved in, there was a family that lived there and was rumored to have abused their children and locked them in the basement. My mom said that the writing has been painted over several times, but it keeps coming back through. This chilled me to the bone, knowing I was standing right where someone may have died and their ghost had come back to send a message to their abusive parents. As I grew older, I never got over my fear of that basement. Anytime I would stay with Grandma, she'd offer me the basement bedroom, and I refused. I know something was in that basement from beyond the grave. As my grandma got older, she had to sell the home and move in with family. I just hope the new owners never find out what happened there. This story happened years ago. Me and my friend at the time liked to explore abandoned buildings. In my hometown, there were these series of buildings used as old war veteran hospitals. They've been abandoned since the 60s, I believe, and have fallen into despair. Many people would sneak in and vandalize the place, so it became a regular spot for police to patrol, and this made it difficult to get in. Anyways, me and my friend one night decided to try to get in. We ended up finding a broken window in the back of one of the buildings, and we climbed in. The place was pitch black, and we only had small flashlights. Walking down the long hallways, we could see broken glass everywhere, and just an immediate feeling like you were being watched or followed. There was a long hallway that we were going down with doors on either side, all the way down. At one point, we split up, and I went down the hall, and my friend went the other direction. As I was walking alone, I would flash my light into each of the rooms as I passed by. There were wheelchairs and hospital beds, and all manners of graffiti. At the last door in the hall, I turned and I looked into the room, and I swear on everything, there was a black figure, towering right in the doorway. I know what I saw, and I swear, it didn't have eyes. The eyes were just dark, sunken holes. I remember panicking. I just turned back and ran as fast as I could, yelling for my friend that we had to get out of there, and I told him something was in one of these rooms. We both ran out of there as fast as we could and never went back. I don't know what it is that I saw, but it was definitely scary, whatever it was. I took a trip with my friend to visit her family for a few days. The first night, we took her car for a test drive after we helped her dad, around 1 a.m. The city was built on Native American burial grounds. Most graves were dug up and dismantled, so hauntings were common and invited more bad hosts. Anyway, as her dad was talking about his experience with stuff here, he mentioned La Lechuza, a witch from Mexican folklore that takes the form of an owl. And as he started to talk about her, a giant owl swooped in front of us, nearly hitting the owl. We all just shut up for a minute. Then we see another giant owl later on, a sign in a residential area. To confirm it was an owl, he pointed a flashlight at it, but it refused to turn on, again and again. When the owl flew away, it decided to turn on. And that's when we all agreed to go home. Later that night, I got high with my friend, and after a while, we go our separate ways. I'm in her brother's room playing Xbox, still pretty high. Her brothers leave to go downstairs. While I'm there alone in the dark with the screen on, she's in the room next to me and texts me, "Hey, are you upstairs by any chance?" I say, "Yes, why?" Moments later, a black, transparent figure slowly walks in front of the TV, and with the blink of an eye, it's gone. I got scared, so I left to where my friend was. I thought, man, maybe I'm tripping. She told me she heard footsteps upstairs when her brothers were already downstairs. I wasn't walking. Later, everyone is in the room with us, having a good time. Then her youngest brother comes running upstairs, crying, all scared. He said he saw a black, transparent figure, face and all, trying to reach out towards him, coming from the downstairs garage. Her dad told us prior that the house had something that hadn't disturbed them like this, like it did tonight at all. I just didn't want to believe it. We all slept in the living room together after because 3 of us confirmed we saw and heard something. Crazy night. I still kept going over there, though. I had previously posted this story with my wife's account a couple of days ago. I didn't know what we had seen, and it wasn't until someone replied with, "Feel free to post on crawlers," that this caught me off guard, as I'd never heard of Glimmerman, Wendigo, crawlers before. Now, I haven't read too much into this topic as I have a lot going on, but I soon realized that this ties in just about everything that's happened since we moved in a year ago. I'm going to start with the seemingly unrelated incidents that have led up to this most recent, eye-opening experience. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I'd forgotten something in my car and I headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me, as I'm her whole world. But not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out and then looked up at me like, nope. So I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was dead silent. Still, shrugged this off and walked down my front steps and headed down to the car. When I'd gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing. After I reached in the car for what I'd forgotten earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of my hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle. At first, I thought it was a rabbit. Maybe I'd spooked it, as I'd just seen one earlier in that same spot. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into the shrub. I drew my gun and called out and said whoever this was is about to get shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm, turned, and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep, panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog, but what made me nope back into my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leapt onto my porch, turned and drew my gun again, expecting something to be right there, but again, there was nothing. A couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped it back inside my house. Now, at this point, I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it go. A month or so later, it was a really rainy, stormy night. This is around 9 p.m. My wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing it is. Me growing up in Oregon, I loved the rain. And for the past 10 years, we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in a day, and then be bone dry the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing that she loved going outside and watching the rain. So for us, this is an enjoyable experience. Except this night in particular, things took a weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops me and said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, what did you hear?" To which she said, "I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house." I said, "No, I didn't hear anything." After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again." "I didn't hear a thing, sweetie," Are you sure you're not just hearing things? I said. She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that at all? It was our son. I think he's out there and got lost. I said, No, he's in the house, sleeping on the couch. We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. She said, That's so weird. I swear it sounds like our son. I told her, Well, it isn't him. He's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything. She then stands up and says, Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him. Now, at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know that she's absolutely creeped out by the woods. They wouldn't be caught dead walking around them during the daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, I've been listening intently, and there's absolutely nobody calling out for help. You need to stay here. At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character. Not to mention, at this time, she's 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, What if there's some child out there, lost in the woods? And I told her, Well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there's no one with other kids around here for miles. The odds of them being lost around our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is nil. She then says, I know, but what if it's a kid? Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking towards the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again, and I said, No, you're not going. Get in the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside. She then complies, and we both go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open, and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have a door set up so they can't open it without us there. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. What was weird was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out the front and I saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she was doing, and she says she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying in the woods. I said, Seriously, and you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate? She then looks out into the woods and says, See, there it is again. Again, I can't hear anything. But what I did notice is that it was completely silent out again. I told her, just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside our house is slim, and that she needed to go back in the house. And she said, What if someone left a baby out there? And I said, Well, if that were true, I would hear it too. At this point, I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist, and she did. Now looking back, I feel really bad about this, knowing what I know. The key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we were out on the front porch. It's early evening, and I just mowed the lawn, and our 3-year-old was riding around on his own little car in the front of the house. Now he knows that he's not allowed outside of a certain area that we've mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our porch, we have to be careful as a lot of boaters will fly through after day drinking on their boats. As we're talking, we're both keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds, as all they said are, How are things? We said good, and he told us he'd stop by later, as his wife had something for the kids, who happens to be one of their school teachers. And we said, Okay, great, and he drove off. I looked over at our son, and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house, and I could hear his car on the side drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I said he had 5 seconds to get back up to the front of the house or else, and he adamantly pointed back in the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off in the direction of the woods and just assumed that he saw a deer or a squirrel or something, and he wanted to see it up close. I walked him back up the front of the house, and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go to the woods, but I just wrote that off as him being a curious 3-year-old, as most boys are. Now, this incident isn't isolated, as our twins have done similar things, but nothing quite as extreme as this. There have been nights where we've just laid down for the night and heard a loud bang on the side of the house, on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I could see nothing. The weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers, and I grabbed one of my 12-gauge shotguns, walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent, again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house, shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like someone was watching me. I shined the light up into the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs were in their area, and they weren't making a peep. Now our dogs have no filter, and they'll bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me. So to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a peep, really had me worried. As I kept walking around, all of a sudden the crickets and the frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch. I walked into the house, told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said, "Okay, as long as the dogs were okay." Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs sleep in with us. The very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of the house. It's random and annoying, but just like these instances every time, there's nothing going on outside. There have also been times where we're sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I say no, and she says that she swears she heard me call her name, right in her ear. She said that it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and it's like a balcony. It's got no staircase access outside. There have been several instances where she would say that she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking that she was going crazy, but as you'll see, I think all of this tied into the final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property, next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods, going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up at my shop. I have to say that it always has felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing. When you're down there, It feels like you're miles from anyone. One day, around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was starting to go down. So, I knew this was going to be the final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips downrange, other than this feeling of uneasiness. As I got downrange, I kept getting this feeling like someone or something was watching me. I looked around, but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree. Now, if you've been in Tennessee woods, you'll know that a lot of branches fall off of trees randomly, out of nowhere. So this is nothing new. Except this time, it was very loud, and it sounded like fresh, strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again, I couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again, nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag. I quickly walked up to the house. I didn't tell my wife about this because I didn't want her to freak out. Fast forward, about a year later when we moved in, my niece was staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store and a mile from our house, and I saw 2 eyes reflecting in the headlights, coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size too. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if it had known I could see it, and it moved. The color was kind of a golden green. They resembled the mannerisms of a large cat, as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree, and I saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. We were getting bags out of the car. My 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house, excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in the bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction that she was looking up at, my neighbor's property across the street. Now what I saw kept me up all night. Up until this point, I've always been skeptical, as I'd never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what had happened to me the year prior, I still had my doubts that this was just my mind playing tricks on me. Now my street is kind of spread out. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of the road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbor's house sits adjacent to my house on about an acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a large, dark figure between the trees. At first, the movement caught me off guard, as it looked like something big moving quickly on all 4s. Then, when it came out into clear view, it stood up and walked like a man. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, But what was so strange about it was the distance that it was covering, and the fact that it was in front of his shed. I swear, I could see through it. It was clearly walking quickly, but moving faster than any person could at a sprint. More importantly, there was no sound. It was like it was phasing in and out of reality as it moved. I said, "What the hell is that?" and realized that it was looking directly at us. It had moved at an angle away from us to minimize its time out in the open and moving quickly as it could while still being silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece to get in the house now, and I grabbed my son and booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with the short scope and came back outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of the car. Knowing I told her firmly and clearly to get in the house, her disregard for my command annoyed me, but still I watched over her without saying a word. As she was slowly walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my house and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a panicked state. I asked her what she saw, and her face was pale as a ghost. She said, "I heard something big in the woods, walking loudly on the leaves. When I turned towards it, I heard a deep, guttural growl." I asked her why she didn't come in when I told her, and she said that she thought I was talking to my son. I told her what I'd seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see something for herself. I told her it wasn't a good idea, and she went anyways. As she was walking down the walkway, I heard the sound of dry leaves crunching in the woods across the street. I told her to stop and come back to take the flashlight. Now at this point, she's about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking back towards me, I caught a glimpse of something gray and hairy. It bolted from behind the SUV, back across the street into the woods. My porch is a raised porch. Our SUV is about 6.5 feet tall, and whatever this was, it cleared about 45 feet in what looked like a single jump. It moved like lightning. Whatever it was, it wanted my niece. It jumped behind the car, out of my line of sight, and was waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight, walked back towards the car. As she entered my driveway, she stopped dead in her tracks, leaned forward as if she could see something. I asked her what she saw. She turned and ran back up to the porch with a terrified look on her face, saying, "Nope, nope, nope, nope," over and over again. She said it was a figure hiding inside the tree, and she saw its eyes. I asked her what they looked like. All she could say was that they looked a dull red at first, but as she got closer, they looked dead. I said, "What do you mean dead?" And she said, "The pupils, they looked grayed out, like eyes when they go blind." She said that it was really dark gray, and she swears that she could see through it, almost like a dark cloud. She wanted to go out again, and she took a step down the stairs. As she did, it revealed itself from the tree. I said, "Get inside," and I went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall human being shape. It was really tall, and it looked ominous as hell. The next morning, we did a height comparison to the tree limb that she saw it stand over, and I put its height at around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, I think that this was a glimmerman or crawler. I looked to see if there have been any other sightings in Benton County, but nothing. More importantly, I swear it would phase in and out, almost like a shadow person, but bigger and more obvious. I originally posted this on a Bigfoot sub, but after doing a bunch of research, I believe that it belongs here. One of the things that makes it fit is that it can communicate telepathically. This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it has a playback-like communication. So when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs that it had heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help, as he'd recently fallen and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby, who she'd given birth to recently. And it must have heard me call my wife's name and kept telepathically calling my wife's name with my voice. Another thing that my niece had said that night was that she felt compelled to go back outside to it. She said she felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow, and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this thing, the more everything that's been happening over the past year makes sense. One thing that I find extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake, there's a property that's barbed wired off, and it's a wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of the property down our road is undeveloped owned land, and on one of those trees, there's a large old sign that says, "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. Now, I have to admit, when I first saw this sign, I laughed, thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of the neighborhood, the entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt that this is ending. The next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day. And if there is more than one of these things out there, this really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel perplexed and scared, as what can I do? Any advice? I'll try and keep this post alive with as many new experiences as I can. I encountered what I believe was Bigfoot on 2 separate occasions. My first experience was when I was young. My parents had me in a very small private Christian school in rural Maine. I had roughly 6 classmates, and only one was my age, the teacher's son. One day, we were running around outside, racing, playing with rocks and things of that nature. Normal 7 to 10-year-old boy stuff. Now, out back of the church, there was a very large clearing, which I assumed at the time was to make room for additions. But me and my buddy, Josh, always liked to mess around back there, as the earth was extremely uneven. Little divots to hide in, plenty of rocks to flip over and discover salamanders. On this particularly warm afternoon, we were nearing the tree line when we both smelled something foul. We scoured the area for potential dead animals and found next to nothing. As we neared the center of the field, Josh stopped in his tracks and just stared at the tree line, frozen with fear. I called out his name a couple of times, and he just turned and ran, telling me, "Run." I looked in the direction that made him flee, and I saw a very tall, upright human figure, walking between trees with its face following me. Hair covered its body. I too took off and never went back. Our parents, of course, said that we saw a bear, but we know what we saw was no bear. Fast forward to 2012. I've gotten married, have a child, and have enlisted in the U.S. Navy. I was stationed in the Pacific Northwest and have heard the stories, but heeded none of the warnings. My wife scoured the internet one weekend for an easy hike. Our daughter wasn't really old enough to walk, so we decided to bring the stroller. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the exact location, but I do know that it was off the beaten path. We pulled up to the trailhead and we saw a couple of people very swiftly get into their vehicle, almost panicked, and they sped off. My wife and I dismissed it as they were probably in a hurry to get somewhere, so we continued, business as usual. We began down the path and almost immediately started getting an uneasy feeling. Mutually and audibly, we agreed that something was off. About 5 minutes deep into this actually rough path, the stroller was a bad decision, we heard a blood-curdling scream, which sounded like a woman, but not quite human. It was deep in the woods to our left. My wife and I looked at each other frantically. Time to go. I grabbed my daughter and my wife grabbed the stroller, and we took off. We heard the scream moments later, but this time it was much closer. And now we were hearing something very large trudging through the woods, but we couldn't see anything. We slowed down to listen, trying desperately to keep our location hidden, despite the fact that we felt like we were being watched. Now, the thing moving in the woods was coming from different directions without warning. We could not pinpoint where to keep our eyes, which direction. As we paused briefly again, it seemed like the woods stood still. No sounds, not even birds chirping. We felt like this was our opportunity to barrel out of there. We took off. We were close to the trailhead anyway. Not seconds after our borderline sprint, a massive boulder, probably 100 pounds, launched across the trail as if by slingshot, bouncing off the massive trees. We tried to see where it came from, as there were no hills, but to no avail. We kept moving, and we noticed a downed tree that was in the walking path, which wasn't there previously. After that, we got into our vehicle and took off. Were these humans messing with us? My wife and I didn't wait to find out. It was terrifying, and I doubt that we'll ever know the truth. This is a memory my sister and I have from when we were kids. We both remember it exactly the same. We were walking down the hallway towards our bedroom when we saw a strange figure at the end of the hall, just outside our room. It was your stereotypical, almost transparent figure under a bedsheet type of thing. No feet, just hovering. Only it wasn't pure white. It had more of a greenish-blue glow to it. We stood frozen, and we waited for it to move. We knew that our parents were in the living room, just behind us, to our right. It started to glide forward, but before it got far, we'd forced our legs to make us move in the direction of our parents, and we ran without looking back. Our parents consoled us and went to examine the hallway themselves. They saw nothing, but what did we see? Whatever it was, we never saw it again. It was raining, An ambulance's approach can be heard just beyond the hill in the distance. I'm no longer sitting in my driveway, listening to the Vikings game on the radio. I'm no longer in my car at all. An inhale brings the cold air into my lungs, piercing the warmth they once held. Exhaled in a fog in front of me. As if waking from a dream, my conscious senses begin to construct the reality around me. A quick glance down reveals that I'm now standing on the ledge of a bridge. The waters below travel at an unforgiving pace. A dark, raging current witnessed from what is surely a perishable height. Shock and terror propel me backward. My legs react before my brain, and I desperately cling onto the metal light pole that shared the small ledge with me. Tight in my embrace, I notice that I'm not alone. On the bridge, standing in the road, I locked eyes with a young man. He's in distress, holding a cell phone up to his ear and pleading with someone not to jump. I realize his requests are directed towards me. And suddenly the darkness around us is extinguished by the arrival of ambulance lights. Behind the ambulance is a cop car. The officer leaps out of his vehicle and runs towards me, telling me to hold on. When they help me back over the steel bridge rail, I'm led to the back of the ambulance where they take my vitals, and the cop asks what I was doing up there. I didn't know. I didn't know how I got up there. I didn't know where I was. And my car was nowhere to be found. But I told him everything that I could remember, including that the last place I saw my car was in my driveway. I accept the ambulance ride to the local hospital where they can do some tests on me. As we walk in, I see that it's almost 4 a.m. Earlier that day, or more accurately, the day prior, I dropped my partner off at the airport. I didn't want to alarm her just before she got on a plane, but I had a mini heart attack on the freeway while driving us there. The steering wheel fell through the fingers of my left hand, but I held on with my right. After a series of violent palpitations, somehow, by the grace of God, my heart rate started to calm down. We make it to the airport and say our goodbyes. As the sliding glass consumed our final gaze, I felt my heart start to act up again. A horse in my chest, spooked from the trot of a death gallop. In anticipation for the pain to grow, I quickened my steps to get back in the car and scramble for my heart medication in the glove box. It's the music of a dead man, I thought, while the pills dance and crash into the orange walls of the bottle, like maracas as my shaking hands try to steady the beat. With a few drops of moisture found in a Gatorade bottle under the seat, I managed to swallow the 2 pills. Then I sat in the airport parking garage and turned on the Vikings game for a while, until I felt confident to drive again. When the first quarter ended, I began my trip home. During the drive, I decided to get some McDonald's. I take the exit ramp, but then I have to look again because it seems somehow I'm merging back onto the freeway. The cars behind me are honking, and I hastily merge back onto the freeway, thinking what happened could be blamed on an absent-minded distraction. Like when you walk into a room and forget what you were there for. I'll just get food closer to home, I thought. And that's when I saw the McDonald's bag sitting in my passenger seat. The hunger pains I'd previously felt have manifested into sharp jabs of fear and doubt. The sensation is breathtaking. I hit the hazards and pull off to the shoulder, and I dig inside the bag for a receipt. If the time on my dashboard was correct, it had been a half-hour difference from when I got my McDonald's to tapping my hazards. But what truly scared me was that there was another bag under the McDonald's. A paper bag with a pack of Breads in it. I don't smoke. That receipt unsettlingly reads just shy of 10 minutes to the dash. The truest confusion draws tears to my eyes, and I sob, parked on the shoulder, as the Vikings game goes into halftime. My partner won't be landing for another hour, and as I contemplate what to do next, it's hard to ignore my paranoia that this could happen again. I know I probably should have just stayed there and called an Uber or a cab. But the expenses involved in letting my car get towed consciously pushed me back onto the road. By the end of the third, I'm about to reach the exit into town, 4 miles away. Looking down at my hands, I'm shaking again. But vibrating through the shakes, water droplets start forming on the back of my hands. The car isn't hot. I don't feel hot, but I start to feel the dampness of my hands begin to transfer throughout my body. Drops of cold water race from the nape of my neck down my spine. I think I'm having a profound cold sweat. The sweat begins to get in my eyes, and it makes the steering wheel hard to grip. I hear an ambulance climbing the rows of traffic behind me. My car is in the lane it will be obstructing soon. The lane next to me opens up and I grab the wheel as steady as I can and begin to get over. Using extra caution, I look back and then forward. What was originally in front of me was a silver Mazda. Then, in the blink of an eye, an entirely different car. Maroon Chevy Tahoe, on an entirely different street. I'm on my street, and the game, it's almost over. As I rip into my driveway, I put the car in park, and I rest my head against the headrest as I contemplate calling an ambulance. A part of me just wants to go inside and go to bed, but it's in that moment that I'm transported to where I started the story. The ledge. From gas pedals beneath my feet to the stone of that ledge. All in the blink of an eye. The officer that night must have felt pity for the state that I was in, because after I was shipped off to the hospital, they did a sweep from the bridge back to my address, looking for my car. The officer showed up at the hospital and he says that they'd located it, telling me that it was indeed parked in my driveway. He looked a little concerned as he continued on, telling me that the keys were still in the ignition and that my phone was on the front seat and my front door was wide open. They walked inside, but nothing looked burglarized. All of my electronics were still plugged in, and my wallet was even on the living room table. The officer takes it out of his pocket and gently tosses the worn leather, along with my keys, onto the metal tray beside my hospital bed. They were kind enough to lock everything up and bring my things to the hospital. But they weren't about to let me get back on the road after everything I just told them. The next couple of hours, I was almost wishing to black out, as inconclusive test after inconclusive test was read to me by a training physician. And as much as I wanted to safely stay in the confines of my hospital room under the watchful eye of medical professionals, it was made pretty clear to me that staying wasn't going to be an option. At this time, there was nothing more they could do for me. Call us if you experience another episode, were the last words spoken to me at the ER. Well, actually, I did hear from the receptionist, "Okay, be outside in 5 minutes," as she confirmed that she'd called a cab for me. Once again, I was utterly alone in the world. My cell phone was dead, but at least back in my possession. The whole cab ride home, my eyes rapidly panned from the road to the clock every 30 seconds. Terrified, I'd blink again, to find an unfamiliar world around me. And now I had to worry about somebody else being involved. When the cab pulled up to my house, I didn't bother waiting for any type of change. Just tossed the driver some 20s and made my way to the front door, which was still closed and thankfully not wide open. Entering the house, I notice immediately it's permeated with the thick smell of cigarette smoke. The Marb Reds that were previously on my passenger seat are now laying on the floor of my living room. 4 smokes are missing from the pack. My loathing for the moment turns into spiteful determination to figure out this puzzle of mind and body. When my phone turns back on, tons of voicemail notifications and text messages start filling up my notification bar. While it's still vibrating, I call my wife and I tell her everything up to that point. She reacts exactly how I expect her to, probably exactly how any loving partner would. She tells me that she's finding a flight to take out tomorrow, to stay home, and that she'll get a ride back. Unfortunately, since then, this has not been an isolated incident. Though I don't have many more answers, I've been prescribed medications and keep going through different tests. Right now, I'm on a medication called Namenda. It's supposed to help with cognitive short-term memory loss. And Midrodin, which is supposed to help with the blackout part. I'm lucky to have married the most patient woman on the planet. She's become my record keeper of the day-to-day. She's also trained herself to look for signs that I may be stumbling into a mental void. The part I find really unsettling, and we haven't been able to get many answers on, is the fact that when I go through these blackouts or episodes, my wife says my personality changes. She says the person that she's talking to is no longer me. From my voice, my mannerisms, everything just sort of changes. I know it scares her just as much as it does me. If I'm honest, I'm nervous that this is my life now, that this is the outlook for the rest of my marriage. I feel like the solitude of my soul has been pulled away somehow. Does this kind of thing sound familiar to anyone? Has anyone experienced something remotely like this? The time slips, the changes in personality with no sign of brain injury or psychological disorder. Maybe you know someone who's had this happen to them. I'm losing hope, so casting a wider net, thinking maybe I'll gain some. I wouldn't have bothered writing this story if I hadn't already exhausted every other outlet in existence. So, here's my shot in the dark that someone somewhere out there will be able to empathize, maybe give advice on, I guess, just surviving. Anyway, thanks for listening. I was at the laundromat today with my father and my 1.5-year-old. To kill some time between loads, I took my extremely active Tot outside where he couldn't destroy things. There was a gas station about 30 yards next door, and there was a 6-foot chain link fence halfway between that separated the lots. The area just outside the laundromat that's connected to this fence was a little grassy, sandy, open area with one large tree right in the center. My son runs outside, turns, and starts running around in this area, laughing and playing, which is great. After about a minute, he starts running up diagonally towards the fence in the direction of the gas station. I'm laughing behind him, watching his little legs go, when all of a sudden, I hear footsteps approaching behind me. So I turn and look, and I kid you not, it was like the movie Get Out. This man was just straight, knee to chest, running straight towards my child, with manic eyes. I bolted and scooped him up, I darted back into the laundromat so fast. I glanced back over my shoulder when I was taking off, and the guy was now on his knees, laughing and then rolling around, being all weird. I'm not sure if he was mentally ill or high, but I was shaking so bad because I had no clue what his intentions were. After a painful breakup, I decided to try Tinder and Bumble. I'd gone on a few dates on both, and everything went fine. This one guy on Tinder seemed nice enough. He was attractive, intelligent, and a school teacher in the area. We talked for about 2 weeks before the idea of a date came up, but he said that he'd been in a recent auto accident leading to a concussion. He was thus advised against unnecessary driving for at least a month. As a person in the medical field, this checked out. We talked for about 2 months as he was healing, and then finally had our date. We had lunch at a place that he picked. It was fine, the food was good, and the alcohol selection was nice. He was rude to the waitress, which put him in the negative, along with his MySpace photo angles. After lunch, he asked if I would take a walk with him through this park. I said yes. We drove there separately. It was about a mile away. We walked through the park until we came by some swings. I beelined it for them because I love swings, and there was no one else in the park. As I was happily swinging, he stood there watching me. Finally, he asked, "Hey, what do you think would happen if you were to die right now? How would you feel?" And I laughed, feeling happy on the swings. I would be happy, I guess. And then he asked, "Well, what would you feel if someone made that happen?" And so I asked what he meant, and he elaborated. "What would you feel if I were to make you crack your head as you fell off the swings?" And that's all the specifics I really remember, because what followed was this guy describing how he would kill and torture me. I don't remember his specifics, but I remember thinking, "Oh, fuck, there's no one here. Let's keep him happy." And I was agreeing to certain words like scream, pain, and big. Finally, a family started down the hill towards us, and I fucking booked it. Him at my heels, blathering on about whatever. I got to my car, and there was a full audience at this point. And he leaned into me saying, "So, I'm going to lean into you." And I flinched away from him. He straightened up and ran to his car and left. I tried to report him on Tinder, but he'd already deleted his account. He never told me his last name. He explicitly wouldn't when I asked that day. 2 weeks later, he texted me saying that my manners were horrible and that my swing set banter was terrible. I blocked him and had nightmares for weeks afterwards. This is an experience my girlfriend had when she was younger. Around 2010, she was at her grandmother's house. It's an old single-wide trailer in the woods. It belonged to her great-grandmother before, so it's around 40 years old. It's got some rooms added toward the back of it, with a curtain separating the rooms from the original trailer. In one of the rooms in the back, the windows are covered with some sort of clear plastic, and then blinds over that. The wall that the windows are on is covered in Raggedy Ann dolls, since her grandma is an avid collector of old dolls. In the room is a bed that sits opposite to the windows, which are toward the farther side of the trailer. And outside of the window is a pretty large clearing before the woods start. That night, she was laying in bed, facing the window, while everyone else was in the living room, which is the next room over. The blinds on the window were open this night, and as she looked out, she saw a tall male figure walk up to the window outside. As it was walking up, it seemed to have been looking around, scanning the area as it walked until it noticed the window, and that's when it walked up to the window. The way she describes it is the figure had a ghoulish white face, very defined cheekbones, the skin that looked pretty smooth, almost like a porcelain doll. He was wearing very dark black glasses. He was bald and wearing some type of bowler hat, something like you'd see some old-timey person wearing. It had a black suit with what looked like a bow tie. It was holding its hands in sort of a propped-up position, with fingers interlocked and its hands across its upper torso. It seemed to have also been wearing a gold watch. Its body was pretty skinny, enough to be noticeable since the suit that it was wearing was pretty loose. When she saw it, she felt really creeped out, since that trailer has a history of paranormal things happening, a lot of them having been experienced by her while growing up. It kind of just sat there and stared at her for a few minutes, until she finally got the courage to get out of the room. She went and told her grandparents that someone was outside of the trailer, at the window. Her grandfather got his gun and went out to the side where she'd seen the figure to see if anyone was out there. He didn't see anything. After that, they all went inside, locked all of the doors. She ended up staying in the living room with her grandparents, and it wasn't seen again. So I'll start by saying this is probably going to be a long one. For some background information, my family's from North Carolina. My papa, grandfather, was born and raised in rural western North Carolina. And my mama, grandmother, was from the Middle Eastern end of the state. My mama is Native American, with her family living in the same area as far back as the 1890s. Being a Christian didn't stop her trust in the beliefs of her people. She was born with the veil over her eyes, which is basically where part of the amniotic sac detached at some point and attached to the baby. Within her family, this was taken as a sign of the child being sensitive to paranormal activities. And growing up, it proved true for her. Fast forward to my birth, I was born the same way. My mama was both pleased and worried when she saw. Almost everyone on my mother's side of the family fully believes in the existence of ghosts and the like, all having their own experiences over the years. My first experience came at around 7. I remember sitting in my mama's living room watching television with her, and suddenly I smelled something burning. I'd just roasted myself a marshmallow, and I panicked, thinking I'd left the gas stove on and that I'd caught something on fire. Before I could say anything to my mama, she looked over at the door and said, "Come on in, E." I was obviously confused, and I asked her what she meant. She went on to explain that my papa's sister had died in a house fire in Korea years ago. She had apparently gotten 2 of her children out and went back in to get the youngest and didn't make it. When they found her body, she was something like 5 steps away from her door. My mama explained that it wasn't long after that they began smelling burning rags in the house. It typically lasts just a few seconds and disappears again. My mama believes she just comes to check in. I smelled that same smell many, many times over the years growing up in her home. And I'd look and look for the source of the smell, and I never found one. In the years since, I've moved into my own apartments and homes, and I've smelled the same smell. It lasts just a few seconds and then disappears. I spent most of my childhood in the eastern part of the state with my grandparents. But as my mom and her siblings grew up in western North Carolina, most still lived there and all of Papa's side of the family. So there were trips to western North Carolina frequently. In the fall, my mama would go up and pick apples by the trailerful and take them back and sell them. My second encounter occurred when I was in middle school. It was fall, and I remember because as I bolted back out of the house and tried to get my mama, I tripped over the trailer holding her apples and ended up eating dirt. Then I hobbled around with a busted shin for a few days. Anyway, I went inside the house to get my mama's drink for her, and as I walked past the hallway that led to the bedrooms, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. When I looked, I was frozen for a minute. At the end of the hallway, next to my grandparents' bedroom door, was a woman I'd never seen before. I remember she had long, loose, dark hair and wore a blue pantsuit. Think of a really old woman going to church. She looked at me and smiled slightly. As she turned her body to fully face me, my legs remembered that they could move, and I took off. I explained to my mama what I saw, and my stepdad immediately moved to go inside because he thought someone had broken in through the back door. Something that wasn't really common in our area, but not unheard of. My mama quickly waved him off and took me inside. Hidden in a photo album in her closet, she pulled out an old black and white photo of a woman standing on a porch and asked if this is who I saw. It was, and this was a picture I'd never seen before, and apparently one of the only two that she had of her mother. My mama sat me down in the living room and explained it all to me. The outfit I saw her in was the one she was buried in, and while she normally kept her hair up tight in a knot in order to keep it out of her face while she picked cotton or cooked or whatever she was doing, they decided to leave it down for her funeral. This was all shocking to me. My mama didn't talk much about her mom, as she died when my mama was very young, resulting in her dropping out of school to take care of all of her younger brothers and sisters, and then eventually all of her half-brothers and sisters. My mama is the oldest of 18 children. The final encounter I'll write about is one directly related to the other two. About 3.5 to 4 months after I saw the woman in the hallway, I got sick. Not just a little sick, but pretty bad off. This was in the 90s still, and while my mama believes in doctors, she also believes in the medicine of nature. It's not something I'd ever use for my children now, but I also know that it works, so if there's ever a zombie apocalypse, I've at least got some medicine. I was given the medicine and wrapped in blankets. My fever peaked at around 103, and I spent most of the day huddling in my mama's lap until my mom decided that I needed to just go to bed and give my mama some space in case I passed the illness to her. My mama reluctantly agreed and carried me to bed. I'm not sure how long after I went to bed that this happened, but I'd fallen asleep at some point. When I woke up, it was pitch black in my room. I suddenly smelled burning rags, and then felt the blankets being taken off of me. The cool air felt great against my skin, and then, whoever it was, started humming. It was a song that my mama often hummed to me when I was small, or in this case, sick. They started rubbing my back and continued to hum. I mumbled and asked my mama to bring me some water, and the answer I got back was, I turned to look, and sitting on my bed was not one person, but two. My mama's mom, and the other woman I recognized as Papa's sister, whose picture my mama had pointed out on the wall after she told me the story of her death. I want to say I wasn't scared, but that absolutely wouldn't be true. I was terrified. But about that time, my bedroom door opened and my mama came in with water and medicine. When I looked back at my bed, both women were gone. I told my mama what happened, and I told her that they knew she was coming, and she simply responded, "Figures. Can't ever just mind their own business." I later found out that all of my mama's children had similar experiences when they were sick. And even now, as an adult, if I'm really sick or something of that nature, she comes to visit and hums the song while rubbing my back. I know these aren't really scary, and I definitely have my fair share of terrifying experiences with the supernatural, but I figured that it would be nice for some people to see that they don't always mean to harm you. And it's funny because even as I was writing this out, E came in and passed through the house, causing my 7-year-old to run into the living room screaming about something somewhere being on fire. This incident happened when I was in university. I was supposed to babysit my niece that day because her parents planned a business dinner with their colleagues. They told me they'd be back late and one of them would send me back home the next day. I agreed to babysit my niece without any doubts that day. When I arrived at their house, I was given a list of things to do for that day with my niece. My niece was about 12 at the time, so I didn't have any issue with her helping me out with some of the house chores. We started off by drying their clothes in the garden, and she started narrating her school stories to me. We were having so much fun together that we decided to have a break and make some Oreo milkshakes that she'd just learned from YouTube that day. As we're making the milkshakes, I noticed how my niece talked about a girl named Sarah O'Neill from her class a lot. Based on my niece's narration about Sarah, I thought she was a lovely girl. Then I suddenly stopped and looked at her in shock when she said Sarah was with her now and would come out only at night. At first, I thought my niece was joking and quickly brushed off my doubts about Sarah. We continued making the milkshakes and my niece continued with her stories. Curiosity got me asking her about Sarah, and I noticed my niece's facial expression changed suddenly. "What happened there? Are you okay?" I asked my niece as I looked at her. She just nodded her head in silence and continued to drink her milkshake quietly. She turned up from her drink and said, "She doesn't like you." My heart stopped a bit hearing my niece utter such words to me as if Sarah was there with my niece in the kitchen. I tried to calm myself down and asked her once more about Sarah. "This Sarah that you were talking about, what does she look like?" I gathered my courage to ask my niece one last time. "She's pretty, blonde hair and about my height." My niece casually described her as she continued drinking her milkshake. So I took a deep breath and smiled at her. I thought my niece was pulling my leg when she told me that Sarah lives with her and plays with her during the night. We managed to finish our milkshakes and quickly continued with our given house chores. We did some cleaning, putting the clothes in the washing machine, and lastly, some dusting. My niece and I were very exhausted after completing the house chores, so we decided to watch a movie just before heading to bed that night. I told my niece to choose the movie as I wanted to make some hot drinks for her and myself. I came back with the hot drinks in my hand and realized she'd already chosen the movie from Netflix and was waiting for me. "Sarah likes this movie. She told me to choose this movie, but she also said that if you don't like it, you can change it." My niece said this as she sat comfortably on the couch. Again, I could feel a knot in my stomach, and my heart was beating fast upon hearing my niece utter Sarah's name casually. "Where is Sarah? Can I see her?" I played along with my niece. "I told you, she'll only come out at night. Now she's sleeping." My niece didn't even flinch a little. Now is night, sweetheart, so where is Sarah? I pushed my luck again with my niece. My niece smiled at me suddenly and said, "She's right behind you." I quickly turned around and I saw nothing behind me. My heart was thumping hard in my chest as I looked back at my niece. "There's no one there, honey," I managed to speak up. "She says she doesn't like you and she wants you to go home now," my niece uttered as she looked behind me. "Okay, time for bed now," I said as I ushered her upstairs to her room. My niece shares her room with her parents in the main room, so they have a huge bed that would be shared by her parents and her 3 sisters, who've gone to their school's camp that day. I put my niece to bed that night, and my niece suddenly asked me if she could play hide and seek before bed. "No, it's late. You should go to bed now." My voice was stern as I turned her down. That's when my niece looked at me with piercing eyes that scared me. I backed up a little as I noticed how stiff she was looking at me, without any words uttered or any body movement. "I told you to go home. Go home now," my niece growled in another voice at me. Her voice was much deeper and scarier when she yelled at me to go home. I quickly got down from the bed and rushed to my handbag for my phone. My niece was still sitting on her bed, but she was chanting something under her breath in gibberish. Her body swayed back and forth as she mumbled those words under her breath. I reached for my phone fast and called her parents. I narrated the whole story to them and told them to come back as soon as possible. I was worried if this problem didn't get solved immediately, it might get out of hand. Then I heard laughing and giggling all of a sudden in the room, which made me turn around in nervousness. My niece was talking to someone, laughing and giggling, as if there was someone with her on the bed. I watched her laugh and talk alone in horror as I waited for her parents to arrive that night. Her parents came back that night and asked me what happened again, and I told them everything. I told them about Sarah O'Neill and that she'd only come out at night to play with their daughter. Without any hesitation, her parents immediately called a priest from a nearby church. I wondered why they were rooted to the ground with fear when I uttered Sarah's name. Sarah O'Neill recently died in a car crash 2 weeks back, my sister-in-law explained as her voice broke. "So my name's Smithy. My best friend is Red, and Red's mom is Lola. We're in our 20s, but Lola is 50. Lola started seeing ghosts when she was about 19. The whole experience was very traumatic. She stopped seeing them when Red was born. Both Red and I were in college when we saw our first ghost. I'll post that story another time. What I will say is that we saw a shadow person. It terrorized us for an entire week and even threatened my life in a dream. Red and I went our separate ways for a couple of years. I really didn't experience anything paranormal, but Red did. She would often wake up to feeling like she was being watched, or she would see a shadow in the corner of her room. That didn't stop when we moved in with each other 2 years after the shadow person incident. I forgot to mention that Red, she was around 19 when she first started experiencing the paranormal too. We moved into a basement suite in the ass end of nowhere. The first day in the new place, Red saw something crawling on the ceiling. Over the next 2 years that we were in that place, she would wake up to feeling like something was watching her, but she would never see anything. I once heard footsteps walking from our laundry room to the living room, where I'd fallen asleep on the couch. The laundry room is beside the living room, and the couch is right beside the entrance. The footsteps had stopped in the middle of the living room, and I just refused to open my eyes. I also saw a disembodied head floating in front of the stove light I kept on at night. We moved to the city in August of 2020, and Red started seeing full-bodied shadow figures in her room. She'd wake up and see them standing in her closet or sitting on her bed. Some have tried to talk to her. I just saw the occasional shadow figure in the corner of my eye, but nothing to the extent that she did. On May 22nd, I decided to use an app called Necrophonic. It's basically a spirit box app. Both Red and I just listened instead of conversing with the spirits. We didn't really hear anything aside from hearing our names a couple of times and a few creepy phrases. I had recorded the spirit box with my iPhone screen recorder, and I put them in an editor where I slowed down the audio. I go by a nickname, so when I heard my birth name being said, it kind of freaked me out. I also heard Red's name being said. I heard other pretty creepy things too. But it got worse when I reversed the audio. I reversed it because I heard this woman speak weirdly. It kind of reminded me of those horror movies I've watched where the demon would speak in reverse. Well, I heard the same lady speaking, but this time I could understand what she was saying. The truth will free them. This is my way. Like your soul. We're always watching. To say I'm freaked out is a monumental understatement. Both Red and I are going to visit a psychic in a couple of weeks to see if we can find any answers as to what the hell is haunting her. If anyone reading this has any information about what we're dealing with, I'd appreciate it if you could let me know. I'll also add the links to the video in the Spirit Box sessions below, just for those who don't want to watch the full video. I'll answer any questions to the best of my ability. Thanks again for reading. This is an experience my girlfriend had when she was younger. Around 2010, she was at her grandmother's house. It's an old single-wide trailer in the woods. It belonged to her great-grandmother before, so it's around 40 years old. It's got some rooms added toward the back of it, with a curtain separating the rooms from the original trailer. In one of the rooms in the back, the windows are covered with some sort of clear plastic, and then blinds over that. The wall that the windows are on is covered in Raggedy Ann dolls, since her grandma is an avid collector of old dolls. In the room is a bed that sits opposite to the windows, which are toward the farther side of the trailer. And outside of the window is a pretty large clearing before the woods start. That night, she was laying in bed, facing the window while everyone else was in the living room, which is the next room over. The blinds on the window were open this night, and as she looked out, she saw a tall male figure walk up to the window outside. As it was walking up, it seemed to have been looking around, scanning the area as it walked until it noticed the window, and that's when it walked up to the window. The way she describes it is the figure had a ghoulish white face, very defined cheekbones, the skin that looked pretty smooth, almost like a porcelain doll. He was wearing very dark black glasses. He was bald and wearing some type of bowler hat, something like you'd see some old-timey person wearing. It had a black suit with what looked like a bow tie. It was holding its hands in sort of a propped-up position, with fingers interlocked and its hands across its upper torso. It seemed to have also been wearing a gold watch. Its body was pretty skinny, enough to be noticeable since the suit that it was wearing was pretty loose. When she saw it, she felt really creeped out, since that trailer has a history of paranormal things happening. a lot of them having been experienced by her while growing up. It kind of just sat there and stared at her for a few minutes until she finally got the courage to get out of the room. She went and told her grandparents that someone was outside of the trailer at the window. Her grandfather got his gun and went out to the side where she'd seen the figure to see if anyone was out there. He didn't see anything. After that, they all went inside, locked all of the doors. She ended up staying in the living room with her grandparents, and it wasn't seen again. My father told me this story from his childhood very recently, and as a firm believer in ghosts, I decided I needed to do some research on it. If anyone knows any legends or stories that sound similar to this, please give me your thoughts. For reference, as a child, my father was around 10 when this happened. He lived in a cabin on stilts, right next to a river in the mountains. The long driveway that led to his house, along with the other cabin that belonged to a family friend, and was primarily used as a vacation home, had sort of a slope on one of the sides. It went down rather far and trees filled the area. Where the land became flat, there sat an old trailer, one of those small ones, and part of the river was near it, which will later be important to the story. Keep in mind that no one in the family ever spoke about this trailer, and as far as my father could remember, it was never even acknowledged. My father and his cousin would constantly explore places that most people would walk away from, even as young children. I've been told stories of them climbing down into caves with only a flashlight, or just waltzing into abandoned cabins in the middle of the woods without a second thought. Yet, they never went down to that trailer. My father said they would often look down the hill to the trailer, but never climb down due to the intensely negative vibe the place gave off. One night, my father and his cousins were playing outside around dusk. For some reason or another, they ended up at the top of the hill, looking down at the trailer. This time, though, it was different. Near the top of the trailer, there was a small window, a small little port window kind of thing. They saw a face looking back at them through the window and immediately booked it. They ran down the driveway back towards the cabin, panicked about what they had just seen. When my father looked back, they saw a floating head chasing after them. My father had a hard time describing the head, as it had been a long time since this event took place, but he kept reiterating that it had a strange kind of glow to it. The way he described it was as if you were to look at a light bulb. It was like the aura around it. His cousin said it seemed like a fireball. When they arrived back at the cabin's front porch, the head was no longer chasing them and was nowhere in sight. They never told their parents about the experience because, as my father says, the floating head was chasing us. Who's going to believe that? Later, I believe a year or so later, it could have been longer, a huge flood hit the area. The waters were so deep that the entire trailer would have been completely submerged. When the floodwaters receded, the trailer was gone, washed away with the water. No one in the family ever mentioned it or spoke about it, and no trace of it was ever seen again. I'm not sure if this is a glitch, some kind of dimensional overlay, or if I've stumbled upon a technique that causes glitches to happen. I don't know. I'm posting this to hopefully get some insight. I met a long-lost friend in a park one day. He's an eccentric fellow who's deep into unusual meditations and consciousness-type stuff. He wanted to experiment with a meditation technique that he just kind of discovered one day. He didn't learn it from someone else, but just stumbled upon it himself and wanted to experiment with someone else. He called it energy matching. Although I tried to look up more info by this name, and I couldn't find anything about it or anything that matched his description. Maybe there is a different name for it, and I just don't know it or can't find it. Anyway, the basic concept is that you try to match your energy to a target's energy on every energy level that you can. So, we're sitting in this large open park with a huge clear grassy field in front of us. There's a lone bird chilling on the tree branch. Since this was the only object in front of us, we decided to meditate on this bird. We're both intensely focused on this bird, examining every detail of the bird. All of a sudden, the bird literally doubled. I'm not talking about a double vision kind of double. I mean a completely independent second bird that looked exactly the same as the other, just popped into existence on the tree branch next to the original bird. We both gasped at the exact same time when that happened, and simultaneously looked at each other and asked, "Did you see that?" If I was alone, I probably would have just brushed it off as another bird flew up and I just didn't notice or something. But the tree that it was on was very skinny, with very sparse leaves, so we could see right through it to the sky. So we would have been able to see clearly if another bird had just flown up. Considering how intensely focused we were on it makes the not paying attention argument less likely. As strange as that was, it wasn't enough confirmation, so we decided to try it again on a different target. Here's where things get really strange. We decided to use the park itself as the target. We were intensely focused on the park. There were no other people around, as far as the eye could see, except a lone jogger far away in the distance. It was a very quiet day. As soon as we both synced in, we hear a very loud round of applause all around us. It was like we were in the middle of an encore type of applause, not a couple people clapping or something. Like we were in the middle of a full stadium. It sounded like hundreds, if not thousands, of people clapping. We both shot up in surprise, wondering where all that clapping was coming from. My first thought was maybe the park was having an event or something, so we spent the next hour searching for where that noise could have come from. But we saw no groups of people. I mean, hundreds of people, that shouldn't be that hard to miss, right? Even though the sound was not a distant sound, we still checked if there were any stadiums or large auditoriums anywhere around us, and there wasn't. The sound of people clapping all around you is a very distinct sound that's not the same as hearing it from far away. If I was alone, I probably would think I was going crazy or something, but my friend heard it too. Maybe the meditation didn't cause the glitch, but rather opened us up to other dimensions or something. Or maybe the meditation has nothing to do with it and the timing was just coincidence. I tried that meditation techniques a couple other times, and weird stuff happened. But I haven't done it since. I'm actually kind of freaked out by it, and I'm thinking that I probably shouldn't meddle with things I don't understand, especially since it seems to affect reality the way it does. I have since lost touch with this friend after he deleted his social media accounts to ask him more. So, I'm posting this here, hopefully to get more clarity. If anyone has an explanation for this, I would love to hear it. I don't really know if this belongs here, but it's such a weird yet insignificant event that I need to share it. I was at a family event today, Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and unfortunately, my family eats that kind of thing up. There were a few relatives I knew but hadn't spent a lot of time with. While I sat away from the main celebrations with my partner and one of the kids, she was 9 and took a shine to us, I thought I could smell smoke. I didn't vocalize it, didn't even look up from my phone, I just thought it. The girl looked at me and said, "You're right. They're having a fire next door. You can see the smoke." She then proceeded to point above the trees, where there was smoke. My partner asked what she was going on about, and she didn't reply. I later asked my partner if I'd spoken out loud about the fires, and she said no. I also thought shouted her name for like 10 minutes after, and I got no response. So, less psychic and more glitch. So this was about 3 years ago. It still creeps me out. I was 18 at the time. I'm now 21. I was walking home from work at the local pizza joint, and I took my usual route home. It was about 9:45, 10:15 p.m., and it was super dark. As I'm getting about 100 yards away from the street I live on, a white van turns onto the street. Something didn't sit right with me, so I yanked out my earbuds and paused my music. I then turned down my street, and as I'm getting closer to my house, I start getting a weird gut feeling. I look up from my phone as I was about to text my roommate, who was out of town at the time, that I was almost home, about 15 yards or so. As I look up, I notice the white van sitting in front of my house, and the man inside is just staring at me. The yellow car light shining on his face. He had brown hair, glasses, facial hair. His van lights were off, but his car was running. I stop and I put my back to a tree in my neighbor's yard, and I just stood there, maintaining eye contact with this man. After about what seemed like eternity, probably 5 minutes, he starts driving towards the stop sign at the end of the road. I didn't put my back to him. I kept my back to the tree and maintained visuals on the van the entire time until it stopped at the stop sign. He just sat there for probably 2 or 3 minutes, all while I'm not looking away and while my back was still on the tree. Finally, he turned right, the direction in which I'd come from, and about 20 seconds of making sure that nobody else was coming, I bolted to my house. I quickly get inside and lock the door. I go to the window and very quietly look through the blinds. After a few seconds of looking, he drove back up and down the street and left again. Afterwards, I text my roommate what happened and then went to each and every one of the windows in my house to make sure they were locked, along with the back door and garage door. I made sure to keep all the lights off for the remainder of the night. I didn't sleep a lick that night. I was so paranoid at every sound or movement. Let's just say, I never walked home after that. About 15 years ago, my old high school group of friends decided that we were going to attempt to contact my friend Ben's biological dad, who'd recently died before he got a chance to know him. Now, Ben was absolutely wild. He wasn't scared easily. My high school sweetheart was with us, and he was absolutely terrified. I owned a Native American necklace that had items placed in it for protection from spirits. To help ease his anxiety, I placed the necklace around his neck. We partook in the devil's lettuce and started our session giggling. I was no believer in Ouija boards. It didn't bother me a bit that we decided to do this in an abandoned church deep in the woods either. Only my boyfriend was terrified, which caused our friends to tease him mercilessly. The board was set up and we got serious. We just had no idea how serious this was about to become. As the planchette moved to spell his father's name, I smiled, thinking that this was his method of closure. He was clearly doing it because he'd refused to share the name beforehand. But looking into his eyes, I saw something I'd never seen etched into his face. It was fear. I can't remember how it all went down, but suddenly the board was spinning and said, "Murder." I was starting to feel cold, even in the heat. That's when it all went to shit. The pews, already broken, were shaking uncontrollably, even toppling over. We were in a back room that was essentially empty, but we ripped open the door to discover the pews toppled over. It started a massive panic to get out of the building. As I was running, I realized my boyfriend was not with us in the woods. I turned back right as Ben and a few others pulled off in their cars. Once I re-entered the dilapidated church, my boyfriend was stuck. Literally stuck to the floor, screaming. The building was still shaking. It was ice cold, and it felt like a sock had been shoved in my mouth. I remember my best friend helping me carry him out of the building. Within an instant, he had his wits about him and refused to talk about what had happened. He looked like he'd been through war. He opted to keep my protection necklace on, citing that the demon may follow one of us. We never really talked about what happened. That was very strange for my very open friend group. We knew it wasn't an earthquake because we lived just an hour below the Blue Ridge Mountains of Appalachia and never get quakes that could move furniture. And to be honest, I felt something dark around me until a cleansing 11 years later, after the scariest haunting I'd ever experienced happened. I don't know what we released or even have a clue how that could have been a natural event. Something threw those church pews to pieces, and we never went back. This happened about 2 years ago. I woke up from a nap at about 5:30. I remember because I checked my phone, and when I did, I had a message from my mom. The message read, "I'm at the store. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I responded back, "Okay, I love you," like anybody would. She responded back, and I went about my day. I started to feel hungry, like 10 minutes later. So I got up and started walking out of my room. Out of nowhere, I hear my mom calling my name. And she said to come help with the groceries. I said, "Okay," and I asked, "Where are you?" Since normally she'd already be in the house when she'd say, "Come help with the groceries." I called my mom because the door was locked when I went to go check. So I figured I'll call my mom to see if she yelled from outside or something. So she answered, and I asked, "Are you here yet?" And she said, "No, I'm grabbing toilet paper." My heart froze, and suddenly, I wasn't hungry anymore. I hung up the call, not even saying bye, and ran to my room. I tried to stay calm until she got home. Like 10 minutes went by, and I hear my name being called by my mom. "Come help with the groceries." I walked out of my room to see her in the kitchen with a bag of groceries in her hand. And I said, "Okay," like nothing ever happened. That experience still creeps me out to this day. This is the second time this week I saw this man with a hat standing in the same spot, looking at me. Please note, I was not under the influence of anything. I don't have a history of mental disorders, and I don't have sleep paralysis. I was able to move and walk towards the man. But here's what happened. My dog barely barks and always sticks to my side. She woke me up at 2 a.m. barking in the living room and digging at the floor frantically. This was highly unusual, so I woke up to see what was the matter. From my bed, I could see into the living room because my door stays open. When I woke up and looked into the living room, I saw a tall man in a dark suit, wearing a hat, staring at me. He kinda had the style of a 50s detective. I jumped and I was terrified because someone was in my house. I looked for my pepper spray and slowly moved towards him with my pepper spray. And he disappeared. But my dog kept digging at the floor and barking frantically. I went over to my dog to see what she was digging and barking at, and I didn't see or hear anything, but an eerie feeling was left in the room. I kept pulling her away from the spot, distracting her with toys and treats, but she was disinterested in my distractions, and she kept going back to dig at that same spot 4 times. She was fixated and unusually energized at 2 a.m. I can't help but think my dog saw something too. Has anyone else ever had any experiences with a hat man? I would love to share my experiences, specifically about the house I grew up in that my parents recently moved out of about 6 months ago. We built this house and were the first ones to ever live in it. Completely brand new. You would never think that a brand new house could be haunted. At least that's what I thought as a kid. I've heard footsteps, seen things move, turn on, turn off on its own. Flickering lights, electricity malfunctions, shadow figures, and full-on apparitions. Above all, I never felt comfy in the house. I dreaded being there by myself. I never went into the basement, and I always felt like someone or something was watching me. I would always sleep with the lights on in my bedroom, and I'd have a new encounter experience on a weekly basis. My entire family had experiences. My dad, the worst. Our neighborhood would get together some months to drink and hang out. One night, the neighbors across the street from us were pretty boozy and started to mention how they think their house is haunted. Everyone's faces went cold. Everyone had a story, something to share. One neighbor had found a totem buried in their backyard and had a priest come bless it. Years later, my dad got a new job at the local brewery as a tour guide right down the street, about a 1/4 mile from our neighborhood. Through training, he learned that the entire area was once an Indian burial ground. The grounds go for miles and miles, completely covering our neighborhood. I'm really not sure how or why no one else knew about this from our neighborhood. I have to wonder if the county tries to keep it under wraps so real estate sales in the area don't completely tank. Well, I'm excited to share more of my experiences with you. Ask me anything. The other day I was driving pretty late at night. I know the area well. I drive this route 3 or more times a week, and it's a relatively straight shot. Only 2 turns. I was driving and my car started acting strange, turned off in the middle of nowhere. I turned it back on with no problems. I kept driving, and after about 5 minutes or so, I realized I literally had no idea where I was. I kept passing these farm things with huge stalls and lights, but without the actual barn. It's hard to explain. My GPS stopped working. I had no idea what road I was actually on. I literally had a full-blown panic attack and started crying. So I parked my car and I rolled the window down to get some air and gather myself. As I cried, I heard my cry being mocked in the field. I stopped and went silent, and it also stopped. Then, after like 2 seconds, it started crying again. I've heard of skinwalkers, and I was totally convinced that's what it was. Literally never been so scared shitless in my entire fucking life. I just started zooming down the road in hopes that I'd find a town and that I'd be able to start driving again when it's daylight. After zooming for I don't even know how long, I hit a set of train tracks and my car turned off again. I stopped, opened my hood, checked my oil, as that's all I know how to do, and I got back in my car, started it, and it worked fine. I started driving for a few minutes, and then bam, I'm right in the middle of the small, unincorporated town that I'm pretty familiar with. But it's much further from my last known location. Drove home like normal. Checked my car out the day after with a code reader, and it was fine. I told one of my friends about it, and he said something about the back rooms, which is not real. It's just like a community that writes a story, if I understand it correctly, but truly, I think that's what happened to me. My car died, and I quantum jumped into a different space and heard an entity. Now I'm wondering if that stuff is fake or if it's a mixture of people's experiences, fancied up for easy reading. One morning after a sleepover, my friend Jay went to the bathroom. My friends and I decided it would be funny to disappear and make her have to find us. We decided to go out into the backyard and hide inside the shed. Once Jay was done in the bathroom, she went downstairs and realized that we were not down there. She went back upstairs and looked for a while. She went downstairs again and heard laughing coming from the storeroom. It's where the water heater and stuff is. She thought it was us messing with her and called out, "Very funny, guys. I found you." The laughing stopped. She walked into the storeroom, and it was empty. She freaked out and ran upstairs. She came outside, and we all came out of the shed. Her face turned pale. We stopped and asked her what was wrong. "You guys weren't in the basement?" We stared at each other. "No, we've been in the shed the whole time," we said. That's when she told us about the laughing. She was freaked out, but thought that we must have set it up to mess with her, like a recording playing or something. We assured her that we hadn't done anything like that, and we were out in the shed the entire time. We were all freaked out. I can't assure you that my friend didn't make it all up, as I didn't witness it, but I can assure you that we didn't set anything up. When I was around 15, maybe 16, I walked into my bedroom where I'd left my curtains open. There's a patch of green right outside my house with a lamppost next to the path. Before I walked in, I had an urge not to open the door. But my dad had told me to go to bed, and you didn't disobey my dad. As much as I was scared to open the door, I knew I'd be in trouble if I didn't. So as I opened the door, I realized I'd left my curtains open and it was now dark. As I went to close the curtains, something caught my eye on the wall behind me. I didn't shut the curtains. I turned around and I saw the shadow of a woman from her shoulders up, with curly hair. It was on the wall. I had just been by the window and no one was out on the green or near the lamppost. I was on the second floor, so there's no way of being right outside the window. I walked out shut my door, and shouted at my dad, who must have seen and heard how scared I was. He came and looked at the wall. The shadow was still there. He checked outside the window, and he went white as he turned to look at me. He trembled and said quietly, "But there's no one there." He suddenly shouted at me that I was to stay in my sister's room. It was right next to mine. It also had a window looking onto the green. She had no shadow. The next day, my dad brought a woman around, and we were told to leave, and she looked at me, concerned. When she was leaving, I heard her say, "She'll be safe for now, but I don't know what else is following her." Even 12 years later, this memory keeps me up at night. It's becoming more intense and affecting my sleep. Can anyone advise what this entity was, and am I safe? My wife and I just recently moved to a new city with my boss so I could work for them. They found a nice building to buy. There's a storefront on the main floor, an apartment in the basement, and an apartment on the top floor, so we could all live and work in the same building. My boss took the basement apartment and arranged for my wife and I to move into the upper apartment, saying, "It needs some work," which was the understatement of the year. The old tenant had been evicted from the property. He had destroyed literally everything in the property, including every floor, appliance, wall, door, and window. Anyway, we're told that the old tenant didn't take the eviction well, and he still thinks that he lives here. On top of that, he spent most of the last 12 years in and out of jail and prison. My wife insisted on buying a camera for the doorbell. The third day of us renovating the apartment, we hear the doorbell ring, and I got up to answer it. I just unlocked the door assuming it was my boss when my wife starts shouting for me to shut it. I shut the door and I lock it, and I hear. So I responded, "Hello?" and was met with, I'll spare you the details and just say that it was the old tenant who was very disgruntled but finally left when I told him he'd have to talk to somebody else in my best tough guy voice. My wife had checked the doorbell notification just as I was opening the door. I'm glad she did because he seemed belligerent and he could be seen on the camera drinking a bottle of Jim Beam. Later that night, we were in bed watching TV after midnight when I heard a thumping coming from the living room. I got up and I told my wife to pause the show. I grabbed a hammer that we were using and I ran into the living room in my underwear, just in time to hear footsteps running down the stairs. I kept checking the windows and I saw someone walking away through the park in the same clothes the tenant was wearing earlier. The part that creeps me out is that the walls are so thin, you can hear everything. I can hear my boss talking on the phone 2 floors below me. The ex-tenant knew we were home because he would have easily heard the television. If he knew we were home, then I have no idea why he was trying to open the front door in the middle of the night, or why he ran away when we paused our show. Sorry if the story isn't as creepy as others on here, but this incident was a few days ago, and I haven't been able to sleep well ever since. I don't even know where to begin with this story. It all just seems too surreal for me and my 3 friends. Since this incident happened 4 years ago, no one's really spoken about it. In fact, what happened on the island of Hawaii actually is the one incident that almost broke our friendship. My name is Tom. I'm 25 years old and I love the outdoors. In fact, I love the outdoors so much I started a club in high school called the Outdoor Grizzlies. It was a very small group of us who would set up different hiking trips to go on. We had hiked all the way from the beautiful Sleeping Giant State Park trails of Connecticut to Julia Pfeiffer Burns State Park in California, which has a fantastic 80-foot waterfall. In this group of my fellow friends are my best friend since middle school, Jake, my good friend who I met freshman year of high school, Jennifer, and lastly but not least, Jake's girlfriend since high school, Christine. We were inseparable, and we went on all of our hiking trips together in high school. We held fundraisers with permission from the school. I believe the school saw how much we loved nature so much that we would make a career out of it, so they gladly allowed us to take it a step further, with permission from our parents, of course. We were all in shape for the most part, which is part of the reason why we also loved doing what we did. It freed our minds, gave us clarity, took away our anxiety. Often you hear or have experienced yourself being a teenager riddled with anxiety and depression, walking an uphill of uncertainty. But that wasn't us. We even had a few of our teachers going hiking locally, and they told us how inspired they were, how it helped them with their anxiety and stress as well. After we graduated from high school, things sort of died down with the club. We all kept in touch, but as what happens to most people after high school, life. The only one I really kept in touch with was my best friend Jake. He was still with Christine, but her and I barely spoke because hiking just wasn't in our blood anymore. Jennifer did her own thing and was seeing this college jock named Robert. So we, with the exception of Jake, just drifted. A few years had passed, and one evening in May, I decided it was nice enough to throw a bonfire. Just a few friends. Christine didn't really want to hang around just people she didn't know, so she brought up the idea to invite Jennifer. And through the powers of social media, I made it happen, and Jennifer was actually very happy. She talked about how life had gotten in the way, and that her and Robert had broken up, so the bonfire was just what she needed, so she could play catch-up with all of us, like old times. She told me her number was still the same, and I called her to confirm. And that went easier than I thought. Suddenly, I was filled with happiness and excitement, just like old times. The laughter, the jokes. This was something I wish I'd done sooner. We had the bonfire. It went off without a hitch. It was approximately 1:30 a.m. It was just us after everyone else left. Myself, Jake, Jennifer, and Christine. It was perfect. The cool breeze embraced my neck. The fire kissed my nose, leaving me with goosebumps. Jake mentioned how peaceful and nostalgic this was as he downed the tail end of his beer. The energy around our group was just nice. Jennifer mentioned how I once slipped on the wet rock trying to run away from an unusual bug, which was named the bug incident. We all laughed, and Jake said, if only we could relive those days and go back. Christine looked at Jennifer and said, what if we can relive those days, but we don't have to go back to relive them? Christine jolted up from her relaxed state. They both gave each other this look like they telepathically knew what they were talking about, and they both squealed. Jake and I smirked because we knew what was coming next. And without boring you with more details than I already have, basically we planned a trip. We picked a place exotic, different. We all voted on Hawaii. We always wanted to go there, but could never raise that much money to go, given that it was so expensive for a bunch of high schoolers at the time. So we formed a plan. Jake's aunt was a flight attendant. I had a rainy day fund with a generous amount of money. Jennifer saved money for a trip that she was going to take on her own, and Christine had a decent YouTube following for makeup, so she was sure she could crowdfund. After 3 weeks, we combined our finances and were able to afford the trip. We were going to stay around the Honolulu area because there was a very well-known hiking place there with beautiful waterfalls. When we arrived at our destination, boy, were we excited. We decided that we would be tourists for the first 3 days. And the last 3 days, we'd spend hiking around the area. We'd use the 7th day for getting ready to leave. We wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to camp out in the area. When the time came, we felt like we were ready. We had all done it before, camping while hiking, and were very well versed in general in both. So we had experience and we felt like we could take this on. We made our way deeper and deeper into the forest. We saw people along the way, a couple of tourists that we spoke to, a few friendly locals, and then we began to notice how much more isolated it became. Christine had said that we seemed far away, that we didn't have any signal on our phones anymore. She bought a compass and a map, so she said we should just find a place around the area we were in. We all agreed. We found a beautiful place. It was like it was waiting for us. It was on a cliffside, looking over almost the entire island. We didn't realize how far up we'd hiked, but it was relatively safe. There was a fence made of bamboo, so you really couldn't fall unless you purposely threw yourself over the fence. But even then, there was a big enough rock protruding out, so you couldn't fall too far and die, basically. It really was the most magnificent view I'd ever seen. We set up one of the tents, and then we had set up some lanterns around, and we made a fire to keep away the insects. Jennifer decided to go with Christine to explore around while Jake and I were setting up. Eventually, Christine yelled, "Hey!" Then we heard her clearing some brush, and she said, "Stairs?" I thought she was just imagining it or joking, and she said, "No, guys, come on, look." They looked pretty worn, but they led to that piece of the rock at the bottom. To put it into better perspective for you, the reader, picture Pride Rock from The Lion King. We were standing on that flat piece, and then imagine another flat piece on the bottom of that, but with stairs that wrapped around to let you get to the bottom. Jennifer was against going down the worn steps because she was afraid someone might get hurt. But we had to know what the stairs led to. What if it was a treasure, an artifact? Jake and I decided to go, and the girls could stay. The stairs in the beginning were made of stone and were worn, but once we got to the middle of the steps, it wasn't as bad. We finally got down and saw that it was a piece of the rock that we were standing on, like on the upper level, minus the forest. It was like a cave. We'd made our way into the cave, and we could hear our footsteps crushing broken coconut shells and sand grit. Jake took his flashlight and lit up the inside. We were amazed. There seemed to be drawings on the walls and what looked like a burial site. It looked disturbed, but the drawings are what made us intrigued. I lit my flashlight and I pointed it to the wall. We were able to make out bodies and very tiny heads. We carefully swept the debris from the wall. We needed more light to understand the carvings, so we called the girls and reluctantly they came. We asked them to point their flashlights at the wall, and then we all did the same at the same time, and they were just as amazed. We took photos and we said at the end of our trip, we'll let the information desk know about this place. Maybe we discovered something that no one else has ever seen. Christine said, "Wait a minute. It seems like these carvings tell a sequence of events from right to left. As we looked at these carvings, we saw what looked like a figure pushing someone off a ledge. We immediately got the chills and collectively decided to head back. Jake broke the silence and said, "Remember, this was thousands of years ago. It was just a part of history." Jennifer replied, "Yeah, but it's just as creepy." We all agreed, though, if it were to rain, we'd seek refuge in the cave. We decided to go look around, not too far from the campsite, but just explore. We were all inspired since we stumbled across that carving on the wall. Maybe we could find something else. We were about 15 minutes into our walk when we realized the sun was beginning to set. Christine brought up the fact that we should probably head back. We don't want to get caught out in the dark. It would make things harder for us. We all decided to head back. As we were heading back, we heard rustling and sticks breaking. Christine grabbed Jake, and Jennifer locked her arm with mine. Jake looked at me in bewilderment and said, "An animal?" And I said, "No. Whatever it is has a heavy foot. Familiar footing." Jake had a military-grade knife, and he had his hand on it. Jennifer had her mace. The branches were sounding louder and louder. We froze. We braced ourselves on the defense, just in case. Suddenly, the big leaves parted, and a man who looked like a native Hawaiian, had a straw hat and one of those touristy-looking Hawaiian shirts. He emerged from the bushes. He said in a stern voice, "Why are you in these parts?" We explained that we were hikers from the mainland, and that we have a campsite not too far from here, on a rock. We also mentioned the strange markings we saw on the cave walls. After we'd said that, his eyes widened, and we all agreed that it felt like they pierced our souls. And he said,
"I'm going to give you advice from one human being to another."
We just stood there, wide-eyed, with nothing to say, listening intently, waiting for what he would tell us. He said,
"You should not sleep there. You should pack up your things and leave. Many bad things happened in this area for millennia since the Golden Age has been broken. A curse that's been cast on this sacred land, and it would be foolish for you to stay here."
Jennifer said with a knot in her throat, "Why?" The man said, "The night marchers. Poe approaches. Get somewhere safe. And whatever you do, don't look him in the eye." And then he took off. We all looked at one another, and Jake said, "Did we really come all this way to leave?" We decided it's only going to be one night, and dusk was already approaching. As soon as the morning comes, we'll pack up and leave. We just won't touch anything. So we made our way back to the campsite. When we finally got back, Jennifer remembered she'd brought a pot and 2 cans of clam chowder. So we relit the fire, put the pot over the fire, and heated up our food. We enjoyed a decent dinner. It was one of the best nights we had hiking since our high school days. Christine looked at her watch and noticed it was 12:45 a.m. I'll never forget that time, because it was the start of the night from hell. We decided to get ourselves ready to sleep. 2 people could fit in one tent. Since it was beautiful outside, and Jennifer and I admired the stars, we decided to lay out and fall asleep under the stars. I remember thinking to myself, I only see skies like this on the wallpaper for my computer. It was just so magical. I dozed off. I remember waking up to use the bathroom. Of course, there really was no bathroom, so I decided to go into the woods. I remember it was silent. No animals making noise, no insects, nothing. It was eerily quiet outside. It was like time stopped. I quietly walked behind the tent and into some bushes to release. And then I heard a horn. I'm not sure that that's what it was, but it sounded like a horn. I just passed it off as me hallucinating. I headed back to sleep. As I was drifting back off, suddenly I heard what sounded like a drum. My finger tapped the ground with each beat of the drum. It began to get louder and louder. Jake woke up and peeked outside the tent, and he looked at me and said, "How do you have service up here to watch a movie? Turn it down, man." I said, "Jake, that's not me." Now, if you knew Jake, you'd know that he only uses my full name when he's really serious with me. And he said, "Thomas, stop joking and go to bed. You know we have to get up early and leave." He rubbed his eyes and looked at his Apple Watch. And then, just as suddenly as all the others, a horn noise went off again, and it was even louder. Jennifer sat up and said, "Okay, the prank isn't funny, not cool." Immediately, it sounded louder, and the drum was getting closer and closer. Christine was fast asleep in the tent. Just when we thought we were cornered, it went silent. All you could hear were our own heartbeats. We were frozen, looking at one another. I gave Jake a look like we had a plan, and we nodded at one another like we knew what to do. Jake slowly went back into the tent, and you could hear him whisper, "Christine, Christine," followed by a soft, "Yeah? Is it time to get up?" I looked at Jennifer, and she was in what seemed like a daze. I motioned to her to grab her bag, but she wasn't moving. She looked like she was moving her mouth, but nothing was coming out. I broke out of my fright, and I went up to her and I said, "What's wrong? We have to go." She lifted her shaking arm and half pointed behind me, and I grabbed her arm and said, "What?" in an angry whisper. And she said, "Behind." My breath shook, and I slowly turned. Behind me, I can hear Jake getting things together in the tent, and as I turned around, this was the part that scared me to my core. My fight or flight kicked in, and I barely remember anything else. I saw a tall man, at least 6 feet tall, with a machete. But that's not what scared me. It was his head. It was very small. He had what looked like a coconut shell for armor, with eyes cut out for holes, and a small hole for the mouth. His body looked normal, but his head, the size of a coconut. Jennifer screamed. Christine and Jake came out and froze in fear. I immediately pushed Jennifer away from looking at this monster, this thing. She snapped out of it, got up, grabbed me, and ran. Jake and Christine followed. We didn't know where we were going or which direction. We just ran. We left everything. We heard footsteps, branches breaking, as if there were like 10 of them following, just cutting down the branches like nothing. I don't don't know how we got through the forest, but Christine noticed a strong river of water, and we figured we could lose them if we crossed it. We all jumped in, started making our way through, but it just kept getting deeper. Before we knew it, the river overpowered us. As it carried us, I looked back and I saw 5 of those beings with various weapons in their hands. They stopped following us. They just stared at us. I kept looking, and I'll never forget seeing these people. Being of average height, with small heads. I don't know, but I passed out. I woke up to the sun on my face, and Christine hitting my face. She'd had a gash on her head, and Jake and the rest of us, we all had scratches and bruises all over our bodies. Before we could even talk, we heard a helicopter over us. They came and airlifted all of us to the island nursing triage to get us checked out. I asked the guy, "How did you find us?" He said that an individual's Apple Watch sent them coordinates at 4:55 a.m. They'd been looking for us for about 4 hours because it wasn't easy to get to where we were. Christine just cried, and Jennifer hugged her. Jake and I looked at one another. The guy added that we shouldn't have been where we were and that we were way off the path. Local authorities came to speak to us and ask us what happened. I told them everything, from the drawings to the strange men with small heads. Officers went on to explain that that's just folklore. But then he continues, saying that people get so frightened of the night marchers that they end their life because their minds can't take what they've seen. He goes on to say that they've only had 2 instances of documented suicides. One was a 19-year-old girl who jumped off the rock cliff we were camping at. And the other person, they called off the search because authorities refuse to search when night approaches. The area was closed off to the public when they found 4 headless bodies in the 1980s. And the perpetrator was never found. He continued that we must have been way off the trail to be by that rock area because it's completely closed off. They seemed really puzzled how we even got there to begin with. As I had chills run down my spine, I wondered, did we actually go into the river to escape? Or did we try to end our lives? And what was under the coconut shell? Was there even a head at all? But how could they breathe or see? I asked the officer taking our statement, "Do the night marchers have heads?" And he said, "According to folklore, since you're alive to tell the tale, they didn't remove their coconut shell. But had you died and jumped off the cliff, you, like the young girl who did, would have known the answer for yourself." We decided to take a very long break from hiking or camping. Instead, we would just meet at the bar. And though I can't help but wonder what a head the size of a coconut looks like, no one really wants to talk about it. This story happened about 2 years ago when I was 19 and my foster sister Kira was 16. For the sake of the story, it's important to know that I was female presenting and hadn't come out as trans yet, nor was I presenting myself in an overtly masculine style at the time. It was the summer before I was going to college, and I mostly lived with my mom and Kira, except every other weekend, where I'd stay with my dad. Now, summers where I am can get really hot and humid, so we had a habit of waiting to walk the dogs until 6 or 7 p.m., because that's when it would be cooler but still light outside. On this particular evening, Mom wasn't going to be home until late, though I don't remember the exact reason why. She's a woman that likes to stay busy and often participates in choirs, Bible studies, youth group events, classes, and more. So it wasn't uncommon for Kira and I to be left at home alone until 8 or 9 p.m. So it was up to me and Kira to walk the dogs by ourselves, unless we wanted our younger dog, Samson, to throw tantrums due to pent-up energy. Even though we lived in the countryside and could have walked them down our street, Kira and I decided to drive out 20 minutes to our park instead. Why? I don't remember. It could have been anything from being bored walking our dogs to not wanting to have to deal with blind curves and hills. Whatever the reason, at around 7:30 p.m., Kira and I harnessed our 2 dogs, packed them up in the car, and drove to the park. Let me quickly explain the layout of the park so it's easier to understand why we got nervous halfway through our walk. This park isn't very big, but it's popular because it's a loop. The entire park is surrounded by a mile-long looping road with its attractions like playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall, all spaced about in the inner side of the loop. The outer side is just grass, trees, and one playground at its end. Thus, it's common and expected to pass people walking the loop at least 2 times if you're walking in opposite directions, but not if you're walking in the same direction, obviously. Any cars on this road can only drive in one direction because it's a one-way road. At first, everything about this walk was normal. I parked the car, we clipped our dogs to leashes, and we started on the loop. Every so often, we'd stop so I could take pictures of our good boys, particularly of Kira trying to wrangle Samson, who pulls like his life depends on it and weaves around because he wants to smell everything. It was while I was taking one of these pictures that the first encounter happened. A man who looked to be in his 40s walked past us, walking in the same direction we were, up towards the playground on the outer side of the loop. He smiled at Kira, nodded, said hello or cute dogs, something like that, and kept walking. I honestly didn't think anything of it. We're at a park at a time of day where it's common to walk around due to the cooler temperatures, and people where I am are generally friendly. Smiling and saying hi is pretty normal, no matter who says it. We smiled back, maybe said hi or thanks depending on what he said, and that was that. Or so we thought. This man passed us again only 10 minutes later, directly across from where we'd seen him previously, just like he did before. He smiled and said, "Hi." This time, Kira and I looked at each other once he was ahead of us and shared a, well, that was weird, expression. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had passed us walking up toward the playground and subsequently broke off from the loop, and he'd been walking in the same direction as us. This time, though, he'd cut in front of us, and he did it in a way where we had to stop to avoid running into him. Hell, he nearly touched Kira with how close he was walking. This was already weird in and of itself. The other weird part was him cutting past us in the opposite direction. The only way he could have done that was if he'd cut across the inside of the loop, since it would have been close to impossible to pass us at a certain point from the other direction if he'd decided to walk the opposite way of the loop than us. It came off almost like he wanted to walk by us again. But just like before, Kira and I brushed this weirdness off. The guy could have been enjoying a rambling stroll and doing his own thing for all we knew. Besides, we had 2 reasonably sized dogs with us. Who'd mess with us? Not even 5 minutes later, this same man passed us again, once again, cutting so close past us that he nearly brushed shoulders with Kira. Again, he smiled and said, "Hi," before walking off. This was officially the moment I decided we needed to leave. Sure, it's normal to pass a person at least 2 times walking this loop if you're going in the opposite directions, but doing so takes a while. You have to at least get to the parallel spot on the loop from where your paths first intersected to see each other again. But the time between running into the guy and the location we passed each other didn't match up in a way that didn't look suspicious. Plus, I really wasn't a fan of how he cut across us. The first time, he passed us like a normal person walking faster than us would, albeit a little close. The second time, he cut in front of us from the opposite direction instead of walking around us, to the point where we had to stop to avoid running into him. This third time, he walked up behind us, then did this weird directionally slant walk to cross the street and go in the opposite direction, cutting us off again. So yeah, I told Kira to hustle so we could get to our car and get out instead of doing a second loop. So that's what we did. When we were almost to our car, we noticed a car creeping along behind us. We pulled to the side and stopped to let it pass. But for a second, it stopped too. We figured he was getting ready to park, so we started walking again. The car started creeping along behind us soon after we did. So we stopped again, and the car stopped with us. This was when Kira got nervous. We hadn't seen the middle-aged guy since the third cutoff, so we figured I'd overthought the whole thing. But here we were, with this tinted window car, acting weird as hell. Was it the same guy back with his car? A different guy? We couldn't tell. Before anything could happen, though, another car idled up to the one next to us, and whoever it was sped up to the expected 5 miles per hour. We got to our car pretty fast after that, and practically picked up the dogs to get them inside of the car. We got in and got out of there. My mistake, however, was neglecting my rearview mirror and the wide advised rule to not drive straight home if you're worried a stranger's taken too much interest in you. I was anxious, dumb, and primarily concerned with getting home where we could be safe. Because home is safe, right? Nothing bad is supposed to happen to you there, right? My naive false sense of security. I think we got home around 8-something. The sun had finally disappeared behind the horizon, but it wasn't fully dark yet. Just that dusty purple color the sky gets before it finally accepts that it's nighttime. Mom wasn't home yet, so we got the dogs some water, locked the doors, ate a late dinner, and chilled in the living room, talking about things that didn't really matter. It was almost 9:30 when the scariest part of the whole ordeal happened. There, Kira and I were, sitting on different couches, talking about something or other, when we noticed the ceiling briefly light up. Over where Kira was sitting. An important note here is that Kira is sitting on a small couch with her back to a window that faces the front of the house, while I was on a couch on the opposite wall, where I could see a sliver of the front porch. Likewise, right next to Kira was our front door, which has 3 small rectangular windows on it. Due to our long, slightly curvy driveway, it's common to see headlights stream through that window, light up the ceiling, fade, and then intensify. It means someone's just come home. So when the ceiling above Kira lit up, we thought nothing of it, assuming Mom was finally coming back from wherever she had been that night. And we didn't take any notice of the light skipping the final arc of somebody pulling up the driveway either. We also didn't pay any mind to how long it was taking Mom to come inside. Mom has a habit of pulling in and then checking her phone for God knows how long before coming inside. After a couple of minutes, I noticed the small motion sensor light that Mom set up on a table on the porch lights up. Again, I could only see a sliver of the space based on my position and the curtains. Basically, I could see a smidge of the table and the rails bordering the porch, but not the stairs or anything approaching the door, depending on how they approached it. I wasn't paying much attention either, because I assumed it was my mom. Right after the light went off, we both heard the storm door open, but we didn't hear anyone pressing the code keys of our lock or jiggling the door handle, like Mom usually does right away. The moment the storm door creaked open, our 2 dogs jumped up and ran to the door, barking like mad. Our golden greyhound mix, Calvin, has a deep, scary bark, which contradicts his adorable appearance. Samson, our dumb goofball son, who is incapable of hurting a fly, but a big boy, jumps up on his hind legs and scrambles to find a perch on one of the small windows in a desperate attempt to see who's outside. Immediately, the storm door slammed shut, and we heard heavy footsteps on the cement of our porch. Calvin started going nuts and jumped up on Kira's couch, standing on its back instead of the cushions to look out the window. Samson ran out of the room and went out the doggy door that leads to the back porch, which has a ramp going down into a fenced portion of our yard. I couldn't move. I never understood, really, what it meant when people described their limbs turning to lead until that moment. It felt like I didn't have limbs, really. Like moving wasn't an option. If I moved, I might glimpse something or someone through the windows. The person could see me running around the house, freaking out, and decide to come after us after all. So I sat there, my mind steadily going blank as my heart sped up and limbs refused to move. In the game of fight, flight, or freeze, I'm the freezer. Kira, on the other hand, is a fighter. She spins around and looks out the window, but can't see anything because besides the motion light on the porch, it's too dark. So naturally, she gets up, grabs a stray dog toy, which just so happens to be a tug-of-war rope with a ball on one end, and opens the door. I tell her very calmly to shut the door and stay inside. She ignored me and stepped out onto the porch. She comes back inside after not seeing anything, but to my utter disbelief, she disappears to the kitchen and comes back with a knife and goes outside again. This time, she's gone for a handful of seconds before running back inside and slamming the door shut. Breathless, she tells me that she went out a bit into the yard and she saw the outline of a man by the rundown dog kennel we don't use anymore. When she saw him and froze, he moved. This time, she listened to me when I told her to lock the door. I managed to call Mom despite my head being empty and my limbs being lead, and she convinced me to get up, make sure all of the doors were locked, including the basement, and make sure the dogs were inside. I ended up making Kira go into the fenced-up section to drag Samson back inside because I couldn't get my legs to move after thinking about doing it myself. Cowardly, I know. After Mom got home and looked around, finding nothing, we called the non-emergency number for the police, not wanting to bother them in case we were overreacting. 2 cops came by and walked around our yard and found nothing. We got the sense they didn't believe us, but instead saw us as 2 overexcited girls with exaggerated imaginations. Still, they humored us and told us, after we told them about the park, that if I think anyone might be following us, or if someone's acting a little too creepy, not to drive straight home and to check if anyone's following us. Then they left. To this day, I'm pretty sure the only people who believe someone with malicious intent came to our home in hopes of finding 2 teenage girls is Kira and me. Though, whether or not whoever it was the guy from the park, we're not sure. But it's too coincidental, isn't it? That the same day we have multiple encounters with this guy who goes out of his way to get close to us, a car inch along behind us, that we also have an almost intruder encounter. Plus, there were too many details that didn't add up to us having overly excited imaginations. We both saw headlights, the motion detector on the porch turned on, the storm door opened and stayed open until Samson jumped up to look out the door's window. It's a very noisy door, and it makes sounds when opening and closing. We heard footsteps. Kira saw someone. And the dogs don't run up to the door like that and bark their heads off if no one's there. I don't know if whoever was at our house was the same guy that ran into us at the park. If it was, I don't know if the reason he cut in front of us as close as he did was to test how our dogs would react to him. And them not caring at all, or the first time wagging their tails, convinced him that they weren't a threat. I don't know if he was in the car that inched behind us and stopped when we stopped. I don't know what would have happened if Calvin didn't have a scary, manic bark, or if Samson wasn't tall enough to look out the high windows on the door. I don't know much of anything. What I do know is this. If you're out and about, minding your own business, and a stranger is taking a lot of notice of you, following you, frequently running into you, or whatever, trust your gut. Don't drive or walk straight home. Meander, go to a public space, or just take your time. Pay attention to your surroundings. You never know who's watching you. Every summer, my family and I venture north for several weeks, as do most other families in my state. The town we visited was not far from another sprawling town on a lake. Despite my overall disdain for most traffic and people, the area was pleasant most of the time. Additionally, 2 friends of mine also visited the area, and we would meet with each other at least 2 or 3 days out of the 2 weeks I was there. The names of my friends are Osai and Jack. We're all the same age, and we live in the same town back home, so we know one another quite well. Anyway, one evening when I rode my bike over to the general store where we would all meet, only Jack was there. For context, Jack is always 5 to 10 minutes late, and Osai was always there at least 20 minutes before me, seeing as though he could just walk from where his family's cabin was to the store. So this took me slightly by surprise. I asked Jack, "Where's Osai?" And he said, "Didn't you get the message? He said he found something and was going to take a while before he got back." I was confused when he had stated this, as I didn't remember getting a message from our group chat. But sure enough, when I opened my messages, there was one that wasn't open. The message read something along the lines of, "I'm going to be a little late. I found something really cool." So me and Jack waited for about an hour in front of the store, just waiting for Osai. And he finally shows up, but he didn't have his bike, which I found downright weird, seeing as though he cherished that thing. Before we could say anything to Osai, he immediately said, "You guys have to check out this building I found. Come on, let's go." I asked him where his bike was, and he just responded with, "It's back at my cabin. You'll probably want to leave your bikes here if you want to get to the place I found." So we obliged. We chained up our bikes to a lamppost. We followed Osai down the main road until we came up to a gravel side street with a no outlet sign. Osai pointed to the gravel road and said, "Down here. It's going to be past the end of the road, so expect some hiking." When we came into the gravel road, I noticed nearly instantly that there were very few homes on this road, which was bizarre for such a well-populated area at the time of year that we were visiting. About a quarter of a way down this decrepit and unkept road, at least by Osai's measurement, Jack asked what this building was that Osai had found, and Osai responded by saying it was an abandoned and odd-looking gray brick building with a metal roof shaped like a half circle, similar to a greenhouse. I asked if he entered the building yet, and Osai said that he tried the front door, but it got stuck on something. After Osai had said this, Jack asked if Osai knew for certain that this building was abandoned. Osai responded by saying that some of the windows were broken and the entire back end of the house next to it was destroyed. After Osai had mentioned this, we all agreed that if we can get into this facility, we can make it a hideout where Osai and Jack could smoke, seeing as though I don't, but I thought it would be fun to have that sort of thing, nonetheless. After about another hour of walking, we finally reached the end of the road. At this point, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was becoming noticeably darker under the canopy of trees on this essentially destitute road, so I was beginning to have second thoughts. But I kept my mouth shut because Osai wasn't the best person to argue with, if you catch my meaning. So we proceeded into the woods for what I guess was about a mile, when we stumbled into a clearing with a big bungalow-style house, and the building that Osai described to us to the left of it. We waited for, give or take, 3 minutes to see if the coast was clear, and then we made our way to the building. Osai's discernment almost precisely fit the appearance of the facility. It was roughly 10 feet tall, with a curved roof, made from sheet steel, not unlike you'd find on barns or utility sheds. Osai was now excited, and when he went up to the door, he motioned for us to help him open it. So that's just what we did, and to this day, I regret ever going anywhere near that clearing. We opened the door with relative ease, but what came next was completely unexpected. Something fell from the table blocking the door, and it sounded vaguely wet, and when Osai had shined his flashlight in the general direction of where the sound had occurred, we saw, and I'm not joking, a severed alligator head with strings of flesh and muscle still attached to it. At about this time, the smell of the interior hit all of us, and I vomited, with Osai and Jack proceeding to gag. Mind you, we were in a place nowhere near a natural habitat for alligators, about 1,000 miles to be more exact. So this was beyond weird, to just find the head of one laying in a building on the other side of the continent. Osai, being as stubborn as ever, shined his light even further into the building, and all we saw were pieces of various reptiles all over the place. We had also seen syringes and vats on a long table, along with blood smeared across most of the surfaces that were covered with a multitude of reptile parts. At that moment, we opted to get out of there. Jack whispered, "What the f—" At this, Osai and I turned to where Jack was looking and found that one of the lights was on in one of the downstairs rooms of this seemingly abandoned house, and someone was walking to the front door. What looked to be a man stepped out and issued a nearly deafening scream that sent us running through the woods back to the road. None of us mentioned what happened to our parents. It's been 5 years since this ensued, and not a day has passed where I don't think about it. Quite some time ago, when my niece was 4, she's 8 now, she'd said something quite odd. My sister and brother-in-law had gotten an adorable puppy. He was a bit rambunctious, but still cute as heck. But when playing with the dog one day, I was sitting on the sofa with my sister, who was pregnant with her third child, one who I'd had a prophetic dream about, a different post a while ago. My niece told us that she had had a dog before. My sister and I looked at one another. I spoke to my niece. "Did you? Was your dog like Bobby?" She replied, "No, my dog before was bigger and not naughty." And then she said the weirdest part. "My grandson got him for me to keep me company when my husband died." My sister asked her what she meant. "My husband died and my grandson got me a dog." She wasn't even looking at us when she spoke. She was focused on rubbing the dog's belly. She just said it like it was fact. She didn't give any names, but that evening, she said there was a ghost upstairs waiting for her to join him. She said it was George, but she wasn't ready to go upstairs with him yet. Just really weird. My mom's dog, Punky, rest in peace, was a very sweet, loving dog. She was an ESA dog, but trained to be a service dog for PTSD before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years she lived. She never growled or nipped anyone. And she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people. A real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at was that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only saw it once. I was 11 years old at the time, and I was at home with my siblings, 2 and 6. My then stepdad was at work, and my mom ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. It was only a mile or 2 away from us. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods, on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down our rickety driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer, having a grand time watching YouTube videos, when all of a sudden, all of our dogs, about 2 Boston Terriers, a Chihuahua, perk up and bark a few times. And then start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping in their bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figured that they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up. And then she barks, loudly. I mean, the bark booms through the living room and echoes around. All of a sudden, she lunges off the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge because I don't think I've heard her bark, ever. She's a Basenji mix, so her bark is more of a baying sound, but this was a big, loud, alert bark. I stand up to go look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway, based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. Knock, knock, knock. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our house's location was, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up were family, and they didn't knock, so I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky. And I felt better with all 3 of the yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man I think I've ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly. He was a really thin, taller man with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes, and his half-managed hair, sort of like he just gave it a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin, a little too shallow. And his clothes were all off, too. They were nice, but fake nice, like a clean, newer-looking t-shirt and new jeans, but he had what looked like a suit jacket on. All of his clothes were dark, too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas, and the weather was definitely into the hundreds that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the label had been covered up or taped over. I stare up at him in confusion because I definitely don't know this man, and I ask what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that's way too fake, like this exaggerated and forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do. "Hey there, kiddo. I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner." And he shakes the bottle at me. "Mind if I come in to show you how good it works?" Alarms are going off in my head because he just seems so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home is unnerving because he probably knew they weren't, and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, that I'd have to go get my mom, something except for what I said, but I didn't. Instead, I just shook my head and said, "No, we don't have carpet." "Well, it works on other things." And he took a big step toward the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out and think to close the door, but the thing is, our front door didn't even have a lock. Small town, hard to access home. We never needed a lock, so that's basically useless. I'm sure there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think I have before it does happen, when all of a sudden, I hear it. Punky had crept up from the hallway, lowered toward the ground, with her teeth bared and snarling. Like she was feral. She had slobbered just dripping from her mouth. Her ears were down, and she was ready to pounce. The guy hears it too, and as I look toward Punky, she tries to lunge past me, and I just barely catch her with my leg as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Punky out along with the rest of our dogs, and they chase him. Our small dogs chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about, but Punky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just staring in the distance until he disappears. I swear I saw someone join up with him, running when he got onto the road. The second he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed, and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew. No barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realize my siblings are still down the hall, and I run to check on them. When I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side, and the items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had tried to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Punky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Punky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Punky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mom inside, while our smaller dogs were the ones that saw public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mom got home, she took us to my aunt's house, and on our way there, we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men, plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. So, to the two men apparently going door to door to sell their unlabeled carpet cleaner, I'd really rather not meet again. The hood of my car is completely engulfed in flames. It's rush hour in East LA, and the people could give a fuck less about the spectacle taking place next to them. They're all too busy mentally preparing for their day ahead, distracted enough to ignore the man pushing a fireball down the road. Hi, my name is Amir. I bet you're wondering how I got there. Well, I'm pretty sure my car was haunted. It was also cheap, so no, I'm absolutely not throwing that out as a suspected reason why I no longer have my means of transportation. But up until the spontaneous explosion of my engine, none of the issues have been mechanical, just unsettling. The car was a 2011 Toyota Yaris hatchback. I'd purchased it used from the owner on Craigslist. I even checked the car's history. No accidents, not one scratch. A month goes by, and even with the music off, I still hear talking in the car. A couple times I've looked in my rearview mirror, and only for an instant will I make eye contact with someone in the back seat. Every time, I scream and almost crash. Of course, during the first month, I attempted to gaslight myself, creating absurd excuses in my head as to why I was experiencing these terrors. Black shadow mass in the back seat. It could have been the light hitting my eyes at just the right angle in the mirror. And the whispers, they could easily be attributed to the friction of slightly low tires. But then one afternoon, while driving home from work, a cop pulls me over. I'm already paranoid that he'll smell the weed, but this interaction went in a direction I didn't expect. When the cop asks for my license and registration, he leans into my window and says, "Where'd your buddy go?" In my paranoid brain, I think he's making a Mary Jane reference or something. But thankfully, before I have an opportunity to act on my assumption and incriminate myself, I stuttered out, "Buddy, sir?" The cop still has his head looking into my back seat, and then he quickly recoils out to scan the desolate road. His attention focuses back on me, and this time his delivery clearly spoken with aggravation. He tells me that when he lit up the car and pulled us over, he clearly saw 2 occupants in the car. With my hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, I try to explain that I'm the only one here. The officer is having none of it. My words fall upon deaf ears as he takes another step back, removing his gun from the holster and telling me to get out of the car. I've never been a big anarchist in my youth. My style and music taste is rather bland, and physically, I'll never be the biggest man in a social situation. So, when Mr. Policeman pointed his gun at me, I listened. He searches me, cuffs me, then puts me in the back of his car, before turning around and searching under and around my car for the second occupant. He obviously never found one. He was sure he'd seen someone in my car, but was equally as sure that he hadn't seen anyone get away. He'd only pulled me over to discuss my tabs, not really an arrestable offense, so I was released. There was something about his entire demeanor after he'd thoroughly investigated my car and its surroundings. Clearly, he was spooked. Getting back into my car after that felt different, to say the least. Was I relieved that someone else witnessed the strangeness? Only slightly. Sure, I'm not crazy, but I still had to drive the car. So, after that event, but before my car was engulfed in flames on the highway, there's one other occurrence that solidified my unease. It's another one I can't really explain. This happened at one of the most inopportune times imaginable. That seems to be a trend in my life, but anyway, I was on a date. The date was going well. Actually, screw that, it was going great. Like, we're hitting it off, chemistry for sure. We met up at this outdoor movie event put on by the city where my date lived. Close to my own, but a bit bigger. It wasn't fancy. I mean, the movie playing was Scooby-Doo, so our expectations were that level. After that good time, we decided to walk around the park with the brilliant idea of going to catch the sunset with some ice cream. This is where my date trusts me enough to get into my car. And how do I repay her? Well, I open the door for her, and as she gets in, I see her face change dramatically. She's instantly turned off, and I'm instantly insecure. Then I smell it. My car smells like an ashtray, like my grandmother's old trailer, heavy and thick. It was like actual smoke should have accompanied the smell, but there was none. My date and I are still sort of connected since I was holding her hand as I got her into the car. In a total knee-jerk reaction, I pulled her back out of the car, apologizing profusely. She's confused, saying she didn't realize I was a smoker. She's also apologizing for her reaction. I explain that I'm not a smoker, and she gives me a look of disappointment, saying, I could handle if you were a smoker. I mean, I'd probably make you quit, but lying? That's just stupid. And without another word, she was walking back to where I'd originally met her. Obviously, I don't smoke cigarettes. And before you say that it was probably weed, it wasn't. If you've ever smoked weed or smelled cigarettes, you know the difference. And this was clearly tobacco smoke. That smell, it lasted for 3 days. It made me physically sick, and I almost considered selling the car at that point, for real. And that brings us to the highway fire. Normal commute for me is several hours in the car, at least one in awful traffic. What gets me through all of this is the radio. I'm in between songs listening to some banter on K-Rock when I catch a glimpse of this shadow in the back seat. I do my normal, get scared and almost wreck my car, and then I'm incredibly frustrated, almost punching at my steering wheel but holding back. My radio then cuts out, just going into no signal mode. A loud, intense static fills my car, far louder than the music or discussion that was happening prior. I'm driving like an asshole now, but for whatever reason, nothing I do to the radio makes a difference. So I give up, and then it stops. I don't even want to be in the car at this point, but what choice do I have? I don't bother trying to turn the radio back on. I decide I'll drive in silence. Of course, that's interrupted by the faint sound of talking. Familiar, but distressing nonetheless. As I'm looking forward, I see from the top of my vision, the rear-view mirror starts to tilt ever so slightly. I look at it. No shadow there, but I swear on everything, I felt something in that car. It felt like it was sitting right next to me, and it looked as though it was moving the mirror towards itself. I move my gaze slightly, and sure enough, a black mass is idling in the passenger seat. This all happened in a matter of seconds, all while I calmly try merging towards the far lane to exit. It wasn't my exit, but I just had that horrible feeling about being on the road, being in this car. I felt as though I was losing control of the car itself. I wish so badly I could explain what that felt like, accurately anyway, but I'll try. It felt like even though I wanted to slow down, I was finding myself accelerating. I wanted to keep my eyes on the road, but this black mass was pulling all of my attention, all of my focus. My hands on the steering wheel, were burning. Instead of pulling back or protecting them in some way, I dug them in, creating an unnecessarily strong grip. Painful, yet I couldn't stop. Before I even make it over 2 lanes, I smell smoke. It smells like burning plastic. And immediately after, I see the entire hood of my car engulfed in flames. I somehow managed to make it over another 2 lanes without hitting anyone. As I reach the shoulder, it feels like the steering wheel is going to burn through my hands. Straight panicking that this car is going to lock me inside of it, burning me alive, I open the driver's side door, putting one foot out as I slow to a stop. Finally, I throw it in park, barely have enough time to grab my phone as another roar of flames bursts through the interior of my car. I waited close to an hour, all while watching my car burn. Ironically, I was now the traffic I despise so much. But I thought to myself, no way has anyone ever had such an excuse to cause traffic. This quite literally wasn't my fault, yet here I was. Well, here I am. No car, working with a rental. No future car plans in sight, given that I bought the car so cheap and not from a dealership. My quote from the insurance I already can't afford is about enough to cover a down payment for a car I could never afford. But at least I'm alive. I've tried to reach out to the guy who sold me the car, but I can't get any sort of response from him. He's told me the same thing twice now, so maybe that's why. All the car's history is in the report. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. But thanks for teaching me that there is such thing as a deal too good to be true. I don't know, man. I think I'm still in shock. My partner and I moved back to Seattle in January, to the Chinatown International District, and we've loved it. But lately, we've been experiencing some weird things in the apartment. The first weird thing to happen was about a month ago. My partner was in the only closet in our studio apartment when he jumped out, startled, eyes as big as dinner plates. Without taking his eyes off the closet, he asked me if I had just said, "Help me." I told him I hadn't, as I was just sitting at the computer, playing a game. We shook it off and assumed it was nothing. Then, a week ago, I was cooking something for dinner while my partner was showering. Completely distracted, I felt a hand on my ass, so I jokingly batted it away, asking him not to bother me while I was cutting up vegetables. No answer, so I turned around, and he was still in the shower. I went and asked him if he was fucking with me, to which he said he wasn't. Fast forward to last night and to just now. Last night I was laying in bed, having a hard time getting to sleep. And out of the corner of my eye, I see a head and shoulders raised from the foot of the bed. I do a quick double take, but my second look, the figure is gone. And literally, about 10 minutes ago, I'm back in bed, and I see the shadow of a man walk by the corner of my bed into the kitchen. I'm freaked out. All doors and windows are locked. I checked the 2 rooms in the studio, bathroom, laundry room, and there's nothing. Not a single sign of someone else in our apartment. I feel very on edge. I think I saw a ghost once. I was pretty young and it was late at night. Young, tired, dark room, old house. So I could have just imagined it, but I saw a figure, lighter than a person should have been in that light, eerily quiet, and dressed in something that resembled a 40s suit. He came out of my closet, which were also the stairs to the attic. He walked across the end of my bed towards the door, stopped, and kind of looked in my direction. He sat on the corner of my bed, sort of looking at his feet. He looked like he let out a sigh, got up, walked through the door. As soon as he passed through the door, the phone rang. I had a ghost experience in my last house. I was 13, and my bedroom was on the bottom floor of my raised ranch house. The rest of my family had bedrooms upstairs. The very first night I slept down here, it was extremely eerie, and I always had the feeling that something or someone was watching me. I'd had weird things happen every now and then, like hearing footsteps, random knocks, things moved, etc. Maybe 2 months later, I go to sleep one night. I've turned off all the lights, shut the door, and I've fallen asleep. I woke up at 2 a.m. with every single hair on my body standing up, and I immediately noticed the light outside my door is on, and my bedroom door is open. I turn over slowly, and I start to hear footsteps which sound like they're in front of my room, walking down the hall. So I'm terrified, staring at my open doorway with the light on, hearing these footsteps, and I hear 2 jiggles on the locked door down the hall. Not a doubt in my mind what the sound was. I use that door every day, and that door leads to the garage, which was closed, so it was jiggled from the inside. To this day, I've never felt as absolutely fucking petrified as I was when I heard this. I literally couldn't move. Then I heard the footsteps again, maybe 5 or 6 of them, walk over from the door, back to in front of my room. I could just feel a presence there. I was aware of what was happening. I did what any 13-year-old would do. I turned over slowly to the wall, closed my eyes hard as I could, and forced myself to sleep. I eventually moved out of the house, but goddamn, never experienced anything like that before or since. 5 years later, I come to find out that the grandfather of the family who lived in my house before us died in the downstairs bedroom that I was living in. I grew up in the backwoods of rural Maine. I met my wife, then girlfriend, in high school. My father built our house from the ground up on land acquired from my grandfather. Some strange happenings have happened in those woods, but those are stories for another time. My wife's childhood home was an 1820s farmhouse that was set on a desolate street near a mountain. She had relatively close neighbors, but all was usually pretty quiet. No street lights on the street, and the vast majority of sound came from the frogs in the woods. She'd always told me odd and strange happenings occurring at the home, but I always kind of just dismissed them. Her parents moved to Florida for work, and her brother was already in the military stationed on the other side of the continent. So her parents allowed her and I to rent the property so that the house could remain taken care of. I worked a night job from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a halfway house, and my girlfriend worked at a local pizza shop during the day, so we only had weekends together, which was fine. I always made it a point to call her whenever I arrived at work, just to make sure she was good. On one night in particular, it took a turn for the stuff of nightmares. I called and she picked up the phone in hysterics, talking about people being in the home, walking around downstairs and talking amongst themselves, all men. The line was oddly staticky, and I could hear our 2 dogs growling in the background. I told my employers of the situation, and they told me to go. I remained on the phone for the remainder of my frantic drive home. She was very obviously upset. I I was about 20 minutes from the house, but this particular commute felt like hours. As I neared the house, about 5 minutes out, I started to hear men whispering into the phone, but her reassuring me that no one was in the room with her. Then, what I feared the most, a loud crash through the phone, a blood-curdling scream from my girlfriend, and the dogs going berserk. I'm 2 seconds from the driveway, and I tried to calmly ask what had just happened. She was still on the line, luckily, and she said that she didn't know, just that it had come from her brother's room next to hers. As I pulled into the dirt driveway, I saw no other vehicles besides hers. I asked her if the men were still there, and she told me that she could still hear them talking. I told her I was coming in with something blunt. I swept through the house, quietly but quickly. Nothing. I go upstairs to where her and her brother's room were, to see her in the bed with the dogs in an extremely defensive stance. I told her the house was clear and asked what the bang was. She pointed to her brother's room, to which I slammed open the door, but was met with resistance toward the end. His AC unit was lodged into the drywall. This was a fairly heavy window unit, and it was in his window prior to this incident. The window was now a good 12 feet from where it currently rested, in the sheetrock. From that night forward, I always felt watched, and that I was never alone in that house, until we moved, and I myself joined the military. Her parents have since sold the house, but I'll never forget the oddities that took place there on a pretty frequent basis. A couple years back, when I was a teen, I was driving up a canyon out in Desheen, a small town in Utah. It was the middle of the day, the sun was out, and there were only spotty clouds. The road I was using was pretty isolated, but not totally out of the way. Every once in a while, I would pass an oil rig off to the side of the road, and occasionally a small house or a couple of cows, which would be further back from where I was driving. There weren't any trees blocking my line of sight, and any shrubbery was either just scraggly juniper bushes or grass that would barely reach past our ankles. Again, Utah. I was enjoying the drive a lot, because for me, driving time is me time. I was looking around, taking in the scenery, when I saw something to my right. About 75 feet back, standing near an oil rig, was a person. At first, I didn't think anything of it. There have to be people to occasionally maintain an oil rig. But then I looked closer, and what I saw was anything but human. It had 2 legs, 2 arms. But that's where the similarities stopped. It looked like it was made out of black scribbles, like if you took a pen and randomly scribbled across a sheet of paper. In between the black scribbles were stark white. I could not see anything through the creature. Its arms were long enough to reach mid-calf, and it didn't quite have normal hands. Instead, it looked like branches twisting off the main trunk of its arms. It didn't really have a head or a neck. Instead, it just had a slight hump rising from the top of its torso. At the front of the hump, it had eyes of a sort, but it was more like 2 blank spots where the scribbles didn't cross, leaving 2 blank white circles. It was hunched over, but even then, I could tell it was big. It reached about 1/3 of the way up the oil rig. I saw this thing in pure daylight. I wasn't sleepy, and I'd only been on the road for about an hour and a half before I saw that thing. I made complete eye contact with it, but it didn't necessarily make me feel scared, just uneasy. Has anyone else seen anything like this? Or did teen me just have a split-second flash of insanity? Also, the black scribbles that made up the creature were constantly writhing. don't speak ill of the dead. Well, I feel I can because my meeting and interaction with my friend's great uncle happened after he slogged off this mortal coil. A close friend of mine had a long day of chores at one of their farms, and since it was hot and she'd just given birth, I offered to help out so it could go quicker and she didn't have to do the heavy lifting. It was a long, hard day, and as the sun was beginning to make its way down, she smacked her head and then her steering wheel. "Holy hell, I forgot I have to feed the dogs up the mountain." She looked very regretful as she said, "I gotta go get some dry kibble to give the neighbors, to give the dogs up at my uncle's cabin. I'm sorry, you were so nice to come, but I have to do this." I said, "Let's get some people food too, and I'm all yours." So apparently my friend Marie was not kidding as we made our way up the mountain roads, switchbacks going higher and higher. The story was that she was left the property by her great uncle to live on with her husband. Unfortunately, having a preemie baby meant staying within a quick trip's time to the hospital, whereas this mountain was hours from anything. The neighbors fed the animals under the conditions that they were supplied feed, and since it was such a great favor that they were doing, she couldn't afford to be late delivering food. It was almost dark as we approached the neighbor's cabin. All of her uncle's dogs come running out, excited and silly, as only labs can be. The neighbors took the food and suggested Marie go up and check on the house since they didn't have the keys, and it had been about a month. Another 20 minutes later, we arrive at the terraced property on the side of the mountain. The cabin was gorgeous, and as we entered, there was a vestibule with a picture window and hooks for keys that looked like metal flowers. They were cool. Marie put the keys on the hook, and we went exploring. Everything was locked, and the sun was setting. We turned on all the lights, tested the pipes for the sinks in the bath, and everything was in order. Finally, I can go home and sleep. We head to the front, and the keys are gone. We are equally as baffled, and our tempers are starting to flare. Marie has a baby girl at home and needed to pump her breasts as they were getting swollen and painful. And I was tired and sore as fuck. Once we realized neither of us had them, we tore the place apart. Finally, an hour later, both cranky, we decided to build a fire in the fire pit and spend the night in the car as it was at least dust-free. I walk up an incline and I see a shed. I yell down to ask, "What is it for?" And she says, "Firewood." So using my phone flashlight, we had no service anyway. I went up to the incline and looked in the shed. Okay, lots of dried wood. I'm very cautious. I was scared of snakes and whatever critters could be nesting in there. My light hits something that gleams, and I jump back, realizing I'd scared myself. I laugh and go further in, and I see that the sparkle was the silver trinket on her fucking keychain. We had never been apart. No way for her to have done this. I fall down the incline, jingling her keys, and she's like, "Thank freaking God." We jump in the car, and we're headed down the mountain. Eventually, we get to where there's service. Her phone rings, and her aunt from a few states over, supposedly sensitive to the paranormal, worriedly asks, "Are you okay?" "Oh yeah, we were at the cabin," her aunt says. "You know, my dad is pissed at you for not living on the property. It'd be easier if you'd just lived there." So, for what seemed like the 100th time, given her level of frustration, Marie points out that she needs to be near a hospital for a while before moving out to the middle of nowhere. Aunt insists that dead great-uncle is angry, and we eventually get home. As we get out of the car, Marie said, "You know, my great-uncle was a huge, abusive asshole who wanted everything his way." And I looked at her and said, "Well, nothing has changed since he died. My idea to look in the shed was born out of boredom and desperation to get some wood. There was no guarantee that we would have built a fire at all, so no, I don't think he was returning the keys. We left it alone until we had one more encounter with him and another set of keys. So the second encounter with the second set of missing keys also involves Marie, and it was when I lived with my boyfriend and family. Back then, it wasn't unusual for friends to stop by on a lark. Marie stopped by one sunny afternoon to have her toddler play with the toddler I was caring for. She mentioned that weird things are happening at her house where she was living since visiting her uncle's place with me. Someone would stomp around the house in what sounded like heavy boots. On occasion, the bathroom light would turn itself on, and in the morning, they heard someone doing their morning routine, going through the motions of brewing coffee. She thought that maybe her dead great-uncle might have followed her home when we finally tore out of his property for the last time. But the activity sounded like someone who had probably lived there before, so that was my guess. Then she dropped the bomb. Her great-nana, who'd come to help care for the new infant, had heard the noises and remarked it sounded like when her great-uncle had lived on the property in the early 80s. He'd gotten into flashy cowboy boots in the 80s and liked to strut around the house. According to great-nana, he was also a coffee snob who would only make his special coffee for himself, and no one else was allowed to touch it. Okay, it sounds like the douche canoe that I'd been told about. When Marie finally decided to go home, her keys were missing. We went outside and stared at my concrete driveway. There was no place for them to fall but on concrete. We ripped the car apart, went through my kitchen. I've known Marie for 14 years, and she's not the sort to lose things, especially not keys. We watched as my dad drove up the long driveway from the top of the hill where our house sat. He comes into the kitchen and does what he always does. He carries in the first bag of groceries, throws his keys in the catch-all tray, sets down the grocery bag, and asks for help bringing in the rest. He got a weird look on his face as he stuck his hand in his pockets and threw what ended up being 2 sets of keys onto the tray. He was startled and gave me a what the fuck face. Yes, they were Marie's keys. And yes, we stood on the porch and watched him drive the half-mile up the driveway from the hill the house sat on and followed him into the house. Nobody could explain it, and I was reasonably sure, for whatever reason, it was her great-uncle again. I'm not sure if there was a point to it. Why keys? Neither of us can hazard a guess. Keys had no special meaning where he was concerned, except that he had power over whoever he took them from. And that was the last time we had any problems with missing keys. Incidentally, it was just after that last encounter that they had a spiritualist friend send her uncle into what was referred to as the great beyond. They did this through some sort of cleansing. I'm not sure if this is on topic or not, but 4 years back, I woke up at night, laying in my bed for a few minutes. For context, my bed is facing 2 tall windows with 2 curtains, and there was a small crack in the middle of the curtains where you could slightly see outside. Suddenly, what I can only describe as floodlights turned on, flooding into my bedroom from the outside, except the light was purple, and there was no noise at all. Not sure if it was from pure shock or not, but My body started to shake, to vibrate. I got out of bed and I ran to my parents' room, and I didn't turn back. I didn't see the light vanish, but when my parents went to look in my room, it was gone. I stayed up with my parents the rest of the night, which felt like 10 minutes, and then it was daylight again. Not sure, like I said, if it fits here, but I wanted to share this and see if anyone else has experienced something like this before. The only kind of proof I have is that the purple light, it stained the middle of my curtains purple, while the others in the house have a faded white color from the sun. The curtain is still purple to this day. Here's a photo I took today. So, did our 2-year-old daughter glitch, or am I just living in her origin story? So, I actually have 2 glitches which involve her. Naturally, I'm starting with the first, and then I'll get on to the second. The first glitch. This happened about 8 weeks ago. It was past bedtime, and I could hear her, my daughter, awake in her bedroom, which she shares with her 4-year-old brother. This isn't unusual, and they're really cute when they play and chat at night, so no big deal, right? I walked up the stairs, and I could hear their little chatting and giggles, so I decided to pop in and see if they needed anything and remind them it's sleep time. I stepped over the safety gate, so I was inside their bedroom, but only about 1 step inside. The hall light was on, and it lit up their bedroom. My son is in the left bed, my daughter is in the right. I say something like, "What are you 2 up to?" And they sheepishly tell me they're playing. My eyes adjust, and I can see my son in his bed and my daughter in hers. I can see them moving and getting comfortable as we chat. The light is low, but enough to see the shapes of them, the reflection in their eyes, and their bedroom floor, which is a narrow gap between their beds. We chat for about 3 minutes, and I ask them if they need anything. I clearly hear my daughter's voice answering me from her bed. As we're talking, I feel something brush the back of my leg. I didn't even look to check because we have cats, and those little devils follow me everywhere. One must have jumped over the safety gate and was coming to see if anything interesting was going on. Something felt a bit weird, though, and after maybe 5 seconds, I realized I hadn't heard the gate rattle. It always does that when a cat jumps over it. The cheeky little fur demon must have snuck in when I put them to bed, and it's probably why the kids are awake and giggling. I turned and I looked at the small gap behind me, expecting to see a little black cat. And I shit you not, my 2-year-old daughter is standing there. I was so shocked, I said to her, "How did you get there?" And that little girl just starts giggling her little butt off, like hysterically giggling. I start nervously laughing. I say, "You were just in bed. Did you just teleport, little miss?" And we all start laughing. I'm persistent and I ask a few more times, "How did you get behind me?" But she doesn't answer me, just keeps giggling sweetly. I ask her brother, "How did she do that?" And he just carries on laughing. I even say, "What's going on here? What are we all laughing about?" But neither can answer, and I'm baffled. After a minute or 2, I say something like, "All right, super baby, let's get you back to bed." I tuck them back in, I close the door behind me. Totally freaked out, but not scared or anything, just confusion. I feel like I just looked up and the sky was green. Now, I'd been looking at her, in bed. I was talking to her. I could hear her voice coming from her bed. I didn't see her get out of bed. I didn't see her walk towards me down the thin strip of floor space. I didn't hear her footsteps on the floor. She didn't make a peep of noise. It was like she just appeared. I told my partner, and together we tried to figure it out, but it felt like something impossible had happened. Eventually, he just said, "Glitch?" And here I am. The second one, this happened not long after the first event, maybe 10 or 20 days later. It was close enough that the moment it happened, I instantly thought, not again, in a kind of acceptance way. It was long past bedtime for them, probably just after midnight. They'd gone to bed on time, and I hadn't heard a peep from them. I let my dog into the back garden to do her thing, and I started walking down my garden to a chair that we have on the far end. It was dark by this time, but the moon was out, so I could see well enough. I got halfway down the garden and turned to look at my house, instinctively looked up at their window. The light of the moon was hitting the window in a way which made the glass look kind of white, even though their blinds were closed. But I didn't just see the blinds in the window. I saw my daughter's silhouette, standing on the windowsill. I can remember it as clearly as anything, like a flashbulb memory. It was a completely black silhouette, her size and shape, hands up to the glass. I couldn't make out any details or features. I recognized it was my daughter because of the size, but at this point I just knew there was a kid up in the window, and I ran like shit upstairs. I rushed into their room and flicked the main light on straight away. I'd already started talking and blurted out a word like, "Hey," about to ask her what on earth she was doing. But I stopped in my tracks. Both the kids are in their beds. I figured she jumped down quickly and was pretending to be asleep. I actually walk up to her and try talking again, but this kid is fast asleep. If you've ever seen a young child in a deep sleep, it isn't something they can fake. Slightly sweating, pink cheeks, sprawled out like a dead weight. I'm so shocked now, because I'm so certain of what I saw. I checked my son, even though I knew it couldn't logically be him, but he was sleeping deeply too. I just back out of their room feeling pretty flabbergasted. This time, I definitely got creeped out a bit, along with the familiar confusion and disbelief. I went back outside and checked. The window was lit up the exact same way, only no weird toddler figure looking at me. I've been in my family's new house alone for a few weeks now. My family moved here about 3 weeks ago. It's a really cool house. It's pretty spacious where it's at. It's got cool features like super good Wi-Fi, pool, and a slide, a door system with a passcode lock. It's by far the coolest house I've ever lived in. Anyways, I haven't had a lot of irrational fear in life. I believe in ghosts and spirits, but I've never had first-hand encounters with them. I think that a lot of stories people tell aren't real. I wonder if mine is. I don't know if it is, but I figured I would share some details. The first night I got here, I had to take a 5-hour flight, so I was pretty tired by the time I got home. When I got to the new house, I looked around for a little bit, called my dad. He told me which one was my room, and I came in and went to sleep. I woke up at like 3 a.m., and my door was wide open, lights on all over the house. I was pretty sure I'd turned at least one or some of the lights off, so I was kind of anxious. But I also figured that it could have just been my mind making it up. I got up, turned off the hallway light, closed the door, and turned off the light in my room. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't want to go all around the house because I'm a wuss. The next day, I had no problems. I bought a pizza and chilled out by the pool. I was loving living in this mini mansion by myself. A few more days went by, and one night, I was watching Moon Night in my living room, and I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up naturally at about 2 a.m. on the recliner chair. The lights were off this time, rather than on, and I knew I'd left them on. I sat there for a moment and realized there was something moving in the kitchen. I watched in terror as I saw a bald man walking across the kitchen. He had an abnormally large head, almost like a light bulb, with this grinning smile. The room was illuminated only by the glass screen door to the right of the kitchen. He just started walking back and forth through my kitchen. My heart was pounding. My phone was dead because I'd fallen asleep without charging it. And so I just stared, holding my breath, holding myself completely still, doing my best to hold back my shivers. He kept walking back and forth, opening the drawers. He did this for about 10 minutes until he looked over at me and then walked out of the house. When he left, I sprinted upstairs and I looked outside, only to see nothing. I figured, somehow, it was a dream. I went downstairs and I checked the door. Yep, the automatic lock is good. There's no way anyone could have gotten in or out. At midnight, my passcode lock refuses entry, and you have to have the physical key to get in. I chalked it up to hallucination and went to bed. The next night, I'd been playing some video games online with a buddy of mine. We were having fun until I walked down at about 11 p.m., only to see the front door wide open. I'd left earlier to go get some food, but I remembered closing it when I came home. I was unnerved by this, but still thought not a lot of it. I went to sleep at about 11 p.m. that night. I was sleeping normally until I woke up at 3 a.m. again to see the lights on outside my room. I swore I had turned them off. I heard footsteps outside, walking up and down my hallway. I sat in horror again, lying in bed, trying not to make a noise. I had thought maybe someone had really gotten into my house, maybe when I left the door open. However, the lights turned on, and nobody left the house because I would have heard it out the window. So once again, I figured, just my mind playing tricks on me. This brings us to last night. Well, more like this morning. Last night, I went out to get food again. When I left my house, I remember closing the door and turning the lock on. I heard the click and I left. I ended up going to Five Guys, which, by the way, you guys, it's way too expensive for not very good food. Anyway, when I got home, I was mortified to see the door wide open. This time, I was highly scared. I snuck into my house, closed the door, and locked it. I went into my kitchen and I grabbed one of those steak carving forks as a weapon, and I went through my house. I checked each room, turned on all the lights, and I made sure that no one could get out. I called my dad. No good. He didn't pick up. He's in New York, so he was already asleep. I hung out and waited for a while and figured I was just crazy again. I went upstairs, and after an hour on my phone, I fell asleep. This morning, I woke up in a rush and I saw the man standing in my doorway, staring at me. only to sprint away when I got up to chase him. I got up and grabbed the steak carving fork, and I ran after him down the hall, for there to be nothing there. This is what prompted me to write this. I saw him in broad daylight, and he responded to me, following him and threatening him. I figure he's not real, something my mind is making up because I'm here alone or something. Has anyone had anything like this? And what do I do to stop it? Share this with as many people as possible, as many outlets as possible. Spread this information before it disappears. I'm doing my part before I disappear. Soon, the government will release information acknowledging the existence of extraterrestrial beings, as the world will undoubtedly lean into entropy, rather its latter. They'll use this unrest to launch a staged attack against its citizens, systematically decreasing the population while attempting to incite a new world order to defend against this new threat. Through domestic terrorism on an earthly level and in an attempt to maintain power, they'll turn the people against these invaders, rejecting proposed changes to their way of life. Extraterrestrial beings have lived amongst us for decades. They are not the enemy. Their political influence has been the stepping stones of our species. Recently, tensions have been growing amongst humans. A pursuit of harmony capsized and stranded on the rocks of greed. We've been too busy fighting amongst ourselves. Differences in our appearances and expression of life are scrutinized under a microscope by one another, simply because we haven't seen something that prospectively contrasts our features and values on a galactic level. The stationed beings, they don't need anything from us. Their advanced civilizations would have no troubles taking what they wanted from us at any time since making first contact. Do not believe the media when they say this invasion comes from somewhere else. It's ruthless devastation, too visceral for humanity to believe that we could possibly commit upon ourselves. Destruction unthinkable of human capabilities. But it is. All of this was shown to me last night. It was the first encounter I've ever had. I live in Bisbee, Arizona, and I was taking the dogs for a nightly walk. We'd gotten a couple of blocks past the house, walking on a long stretch of a two-way road. The sun had just set behind us, and while the dogs and I get to the road sign we traditionally turn around at, I stopped to look at the stars beginning to poke out as it grew darker. When I looked straight above me, there is a completely black, perfect circle, blocking out a section of stars. Directly in the center of this black circle, one star appears and begins to grow. Then it bathes me in a beam of light. The dog leashes are ripped from my hand, but I'm frozen in the white light. My body feels like it's made out of stone. I try to yell, but nothing comes out. My vocal cords didn't vibrate. Only air came out. The hot desert air grows cold around me, and although I can't move my head through the thick beam, I see the horizon line sink below my view. I was being raised into the sky. A flash of blue dropped me down to my feet again, but this time, the soles of my shoes collided with metal. The walls of this room were lined with detailed neon fractals that acted as a source of illumination for the room. They delivered information to me telepathically as I was alone in this room. Then, as suddenly as I was picked up, was back on my feet, on the sidewalk again. My dogs still haven't returned home, and I don't know why I was chosen to relay any sort of message. I'm only doing as I was asked. But I guess it's you who will ultimately give it life or let it die amongst the afterthought. One hot summer day near Northern California, a friend and I were driving to a party that was happening about 2.5 hours away from where we lived. We knew the party host, so we were heading there early afternoon to hang out, help set up. We were just cruising down the highway with the AC pumping, as it was over 100 degrees that day. As I leaned forward and broke my highway-induced trance to turn on the radio, I happened to look up and notice that we had caught up to a couple of motorcycles. A guy was riding his own bike, and a woman with her own as well, cruising a little ways behind him. My friend was from New York and super used to bumper-to-bumper traffic, so when I noticed that he was driving a little too close to the bikes, I spoke up and warned him to give motorcycles extra space because you just never know. Rolling his eyes, he did back off. As I continued to absent-mindedly watch the two motorcyclists, I suddenly took notice of the woman's bike directly in front of us. I had started to see what looked like the faintest hint of smoke coming from her rear wheel. As I leaned forward and looked closer, the smoke began to get thicker and more obvious. Then, all of a sudden, her back tire began to wobble. At first, a little. Then, the wheel really started to wobble bad. The events that were to follow took place in only a few seconds. But those few seconds seemed to just stretch on and on. I watched helplessly as her rear wheel began to wobble out of control. The smoking and wobbling rear wheel caused her to start losing control of the heavy bike. Then, the rear wheel just locked up. That caused the front of the bike to swerve out of control. Her front wheel then jerked to the left, causing her to completely lose her balance on the bike. Because she was riding at about 60 miles an hour, the loss of control completely threw her off her bike. I watched in horror as her bike went sideways in the lane and tipped over, going right out underneath her legs. As the powerful, still speeding motorcycle turned and fell out from beneath her legs, she clung onto the handlebars until she was almost doing a handstand on the bike. Her stick-straight arms started to twist opposite of her lower body. That twisting motion finally forced her to release the handlebars. I remember watching the giant bike fall, the glint from the sun on the bike's chrome, blinding me for a split second. As my vision faded back in, though, I watched the woman do a backflip and twist mid-air. Then she hit the hot blacktop head first and did another final spin before her limp and unconscious body toppled over onto the blacktop. Thankfully, she had a full-faced helmet on, but no leathers. The woman was only wearing a tank top and jeans, probably due to the heat that day. I knew that when she woke up, she was going to be in serious pain from that road burn alone. We stopped immediately to help. It was then that I remembered there had been a man riding in front of her, but slightly ahead of her, so he must not have realized right away what had happened over his loud bike. Of course, we and some other people who had stopped called 911 right away. A few seconds later, her riding buddy came back for her. He hastily parked his bike, then ran over to her in a panic. A couple bystanders shouted for him to not touch her or move her. I spoke up right then and agreed, telling him that she could very well have a severe head or spinal injury. She came to just before emergency personnel arrived. She started to scream in pure agony and pain, while I tried to gently and matter-of-factly tell her not to move at all. I told her she had been in an accident and that she was unconscious for over 2 minutes, and the help would be there in a second. Help arrived less than 3 minutes after the woman regained consciousness. My friend and I left after that. We didn't speak of it to anyone at the party, and I haven't really talked about it until now. But the moral of the story, for me at least, was that you should always trust your gut instincts. If I hadn't mentioned to my friend to back off, not even 2 minutes before that happened, let's just say, who knows how bad that situation could have turned out. My wife is a sensitive. She's not a medium, but she's super in tune with the energy around her. Her brother is also a sensitive. And then there's me, a skeptic who just didn't really believe. Well then, the first time I met my brother-in-law was when he was out of prison and he came to stay with us. When he was in the penitentiary, he started to dabble in some dark stuff. As I said, I was a skeptic, so I didn't pay him any mind. Well, apparently, when he moved in, he opened some kind of portal. My wife started noticing strange activity around the house, but I just kept brushing it off. Then one day, my 3-year-old daughter started talking to me about a dead bandit standing at the end of her bed. Once again, I brushed it off. Until a few days later, as my wife and I were folding laundry, something caught my eye. It was a sock, just hovering out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to see if what I was seeing was right, the sock just fell. My wife and I were the only ones home. About a week or so passes, and my wife and I are outside smoking at night, while our son is staring off into the dark and asking us if his friend can come in. He says he needs permission to come in. Those were his words, exactly. I said no. My wife started praying out loud and then called my in-laws, who were both preachers from the Deep South, asking them to come over to bless the house, to seal the doorways. That night, my brother-in-law vomited up this crazy-looking stuff. It wouldn't come up out of the carpet. He ended up moving out a month later, but that spot on the carpet, it never really dried up, and it wouldn't come up. Anyway, after this and many more experiences that happened, you could say I'm not a skeptic anymore. So, this is a personal one for me. I have Ring cameras in my house. At the time, I was in my old house. It was basically a doggy camera to make sure my dogs were okay while I was at work. I'd always catch paranormal stuff on it. At one point, it happened so often, it wasn't exciting. Fast forward to one night. I'm asleep. My dog, Chihuahua, is sleeping on top of the blankets. In this video, there's a voice that is identical to my mom's voice, who passed away a year prior to this happening. It's her voice saying my dog's name, and as it said, my dog's head shoots up and she stretches. The voice even says the nickname of my puppy in the exact same way that my mom did. So I first was extremely happy and enlightened almost. I didn't have any fear because it's my mom, right? Shortly after this, my mom's urn went flying across the table and onto the floor while my boyfriend and I were watching a movie. This scared me to no end. I lost my breath halfway up the stairs, and I collapsed, hysterically crying. My mom wouldn't do this to me. So I'm wondering if that voice was something trying to get me to interact with it, because I'm irritable and sensitive to things like that. I just want some opinions. Also, please don't ask for the video. I won't be posting it. It's extremely personal to me. I don't feel like it's something that needs to be heard or seen by thousands of people, as I love and miss my mom dearly. I'm a full-time firefighter, paramedic. Been on the job for 17 plus years. I've never experienced anything like this before, or since. I want to start by saying I'm a rational adult. I believe in scientific, rational explanations for things. But for this, I got nothing. A few years back, we responded to a call around 3 or 4 a.m. for an elderly man with chest pain. On scene, we found a 96-year-old man complaining of crushing substernal chest pain. It had started around 9 p.m. Tough old guy said, "I figured, hell, I'll sleep it off." Of course, it got progressively worse throughout the night, so his wife got sick of him complaining and made him call 911. Layout of the house was typical for a single-story ranch. Front door into living room. Hallway to the right leads to the bedroom that we were in with the patient. To the left leads to the kitchen, dining room, with a door attached to the garage. I was in the bedroom with another medic. Our third guy was sitting at the kitchen table, putting the patient's info into the computer for the run report. As we started treating the man, he went into cardiac arrest and we immediately began CPR. While heading back out to the truck to get supplies, I yelled to our other medic in the kitchen to get into the bedroom and help out. We shocked the man. To everyone's surprise, we immediately got our rhythm back. As we were loading the patient for transport, I asked the wife, who was also a century old in her nightgown, if she wanted to ride with us to the hospital so she could be with her husband. She was obviously in shock from everything going on and seemed hesitant to leave the house not dressed, but we needed to move with purpose. We asked if their children lived close by, if she could get a ride, as we needed to transport right now. She said, "No, our daughter lives in another state." Suddenly, our third guy, the one getting the patient's info in the kitchen, says, "Well, can your son drive you?" To which she responds, "We only have a daughter." This confused my partner, but there was no time for further discussion, and we brought the man to the ER. Believe it or not, he survived after coding a total of 11 times. After the call, myself and the other medic looked at our partner and asked what was all that about at the house regarding him referring to their son. He told me right before I went to get him from the kitchen, a middle-aged man walked right by him. He said that he looked just like the old man, but he had dark brown hair, and he thought it must have been their son. He was also wearing white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. Seemed half asleep when he walked by. He figured that he came out of his bedroom, that all the commotion had woke him up or something. He says the man didn't acknowledge him. He yawned and sort of bumped into the kitchen cabinet before opening the door to the garage and going out into it. He never turned the light on, simply turned back around, closed the door, and walked past him, and turned the corner to the hallway. Apparently, that was when I came around the corner to yell at him to get in there and help. Our partner said, "You had to have practically bumped right into him in the hall." There was nobody else in that house. I saw no one. It was just the elderly couple that lived there. Here's the part that bothers me the most. The old man, our patient, he was wearing the white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. So, what the fuck did our partner see? Was it our patient's ghost, spirit, or whatever? Too freaking weird to wrap my brain around. None of us could ever explain it. And our partner still doesn't like to talk about it, even years later. When I was 11, my family moved to a very rural area of Minnesota in 1999 after living in a city in Wisconsin. We were surrounded by cornfields, and it was about 45 minutes to any larger town or city. I just want to set the scene a little, because as a kid who was used to the city, it definitely added to the creepy factor at night. What made it even worse at night for me was that a lot of times I was left alone. My mom was a night shift nurse, and my dad was a truck driver. I'd leave the TV on, playing Nick at Night, so I could fool myself into thinking my mom was in the living room watching shows. I'd also sleep in their room because it brought me comfort and was closer to the TV. Some may disapprove of this, but at the time, there wasn't much to do about it. My parents needed to make money, and this was what they chose to do. Anyway, it was like this often, but one weekend my dad was home, which didn't happen often. So this meant I was in my room, which was right near the front door. And my dad was in their bedroom, toward the back of the house. We had a Springer Spaniel who was my best friend and who slept with me often. One night that weekend, I woke up to him not at my side. I could hear what sounded like a dog, my dog, growling and whimpering. I got up, walked to the kitchen, right outside my room, and looked toward the front door. In the entryway, I saw the head of a man bent down near my dog, and I said, "Hello?" Not sure what the hell I was thinking as a young girl. I should have ran to my dad, but I was worried about my dog, I guess. He stood up, looking startled. I don't remember what he looked like very well, but he was probably in his 40s or 50s, short, and looked a little disheveled. He asked me where a nearby town was, and I told him I didn't know, but I could go get my dad. The man had taken a few steps forward. My dog growled. He then said that he would figure it out and walked out the door. I ran to get my dad. Needless to say, my dad was really upset I didn't come get him right away. The man never came back that I know of. I don't know if he knew I was usually home alone somehow, and that's why he tried to come in. Or if maybe he was drunk and entered the wrong house, thinking it was his. It was definitely pure luck that this strange guy tried to get into my house on a weekend my dad was home. I know for sure that my dog may have saved me from something awful happening. I still wonder what he was bent down trying to do to my dog to make him whimper like that. I also wonder what would have happened had I not heard my dog. Anyway, that's the story. It was definitely creepy for me. My grandfather told me this story about how one time he was sitting in a chair in front of the house when he heard his wife repeatedly calling for him from inside the house. The thing is, my grandmother had passed away a few years before that. But he told me that the voice was so pressing that he got up to go look inside the house. And as soon as he got inside, he heard a loud crash behind him. He turned around to see that the chair he'd been sitting on moments ago had been crushed by a cast iron gutter that fell on it. If he hadn't come inside the house, he would have probably been seriously injured. I don't know if it's paranormal or not, but every time I think about it, Sends chills down my spine. I woke up last night and saw my dog waiting outside the door to be let in. But my dog was laying right next to me. Last night, I was sleeping on the couch because of an ant problem in my room. My dog is very clingy, so he never left my side that night. I woke up around 4 or 5 a.m. while it was still dark, and I saw my dog outside, sitting, peering at me through the glass door. I looked down. My dog is still laying by my side. No, I was not half asleep. I was fully awake. It was like a mirror reflection of what my dog looks like. It wasn't a fleeting image, corner of your eye type deal. It was there for a few minutes. At the same time, I hear what sounds like my mother, moving stuff around in other rooms. I called out to her, but no answer. She later tells me she was not awake. For some background info, I'm always watching horror movies, paranormal investigations. Doors are constantly being opened. I also cleanse my house very frequently, but I hadn't for a few weeks. I went back to sleep because this certainly wasn't my first or worst rodeo with the paranormal. But I was curious if anyone might know what exactly kind of entity that may have been, or if you've heard of anything similar. Just thought this might be interesting. My friend and I are swim instructors for our local town. The pond was closed due to contamination, so our boss man agreed to ship us over to the old school youth center to clean the hell out of it. The place had not been adequately cleaned in 15 plus years, so my friend and I, we'll call her Your Highness, loaded up with hardcore chemical cleaners and set to work, sweating our tits off in 90-degree heat while rigorously scrubbing every inch, every corner. A week went by and nothing happened. About 2 days into the second week, I was in the basement area where the bathrooms, pool table, foosball tables are located. Now, the place has 3 staircases. 2 are located in the middle of the building, the third on the right-hand side. At the time, Your Highness was cleaning the side stairwell, a good 25 feet away from where I was standing. I could hear her laboring away. As I was sweeping about, I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The bathroom door is situated adjacent to the side stairwell. When I ask her why she's slamming doors, she asks me what I'm talking about. Your Highness did not hear it. Day 3. This time, Your Highness and I are upstairs working in the basketball court. We're cleaning the sideboards when we hear the pool tables being used downstairs. Multiple breaks, balls rolling around. We think that some little turds are fucking our cleanliness up. Probably have broken in through the downstairs, so we hightail it down there. Me down the center stairwell, and Your Highness down the side stairwell, so as to catch them. Well, we reach each other before we reach any rascals, and there's no other way out of the building, and the doors were locked from the inside. Day 4. Your Highness and I are working on the main office of the youth center. The music machine is merrily playing in the basketball court, which we couldn't see from the office. Abruptly, the music turns off. Your Highness goes to investigate. The machine has been unplugged. At this point, we start to joke about how the chemicals, the bleach, and the cleaners are starting to have an impact on our sanity. But the music had just stopped, and the machine had been plugged in previously. There was no one else in the building. We we begin to become more wary of this place. Day 5. All day long we hear children's voices in the basement, mostly laughing, but some inaudible whispers are heard from the tops of the stairs. We both try not to freak the other one out, and we pretend that we don't hear anything. Until finally, there's such a high-pitched cackle that we both run from opposite areas of the building for safety. We sit and we listen, and we leave work early. Day 6, final chore at the youth center. Thoroughly mop the floors. We are thrilled that we are getting out of this place. At this point, we are a little skittish. Every dropped broom scares the hell out of us. Up until this point, the energy in the place had been fairly chipper. No discernible negativity whatsoever. Around 3 p.m. on day 6, the air changes. It's palpable. It's like an increased pressure on the chest. Your Highness and I decide that we need to clean the floor and get out for some Mai Tais immediately. We scrub and Your Highness begins to mop. The place is spotless. We go back into the basketball court to turn off the fans, do a final look over the basement together, and head back upstairs. The wet floor is now covered in footprints. Dirty footprints, barefoot, slippered, you name it. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never seen a ghost, but I've never been more scared than I was those 6 days in that building. I looked into it, couldn't find any fires or tragedies that had occurred. However, in this area of our town, there were a plethora of Native American burial grounds. So, I sometimes repeat a day. I always tell myself it's just a dream or déjà vu. I first experienced it when I was 18. It was 2016 and I was in college. I woke up that day expecting it to be Wednesday. I went to my small pantry to look for breakfast, and I saw the cup of noodle I ate the day before, and I thought that I'd just forgot buying another one. I drank coffee, and I saw my wallet and thought I had extra cash. I might go buy a muffin at the bakery. Then I went and rode the bus. And weirdly, it was the same bus I rode yesterday. I knew the driver, and he greeted me. I nodded at him and said, "Good morning." That was around the time it felt weird. I entered our classroom and got confused when our professor on modern physics was sitting in the front, waiting for us. It was 5 or 10 minutes before her class, and she's always early. She was my favorite professor. I asked my classmate, "What's Mrs. M doing here? Shouldn't Mr. T be our first period?" And my classmate told me that Mr. T's period is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it was Tuesday today. Chills ran through my spine, but I laughed and told him, "Stop kidding around." Then he showed me his phone, and the date was the date of yesterday. I was speechless as he laughed at me. I guess I told myself this day was a déjà vu. I went on with my day, saw the people I saw yesterday, talked to the same people, did the activities we did. I got higher scores since I knew most of the answers. I went to my girlfriend's school. We went and ate dinner. I walked her home, kissed her goodbye, and went back to my boarding house. All of the things I did yesterday. I even searched through my study table to look for my notes in calculus that I wrote after I went home, but it wasn't there. It's happened to me 3 or 4 times now, and I'm a physics major grad. I'm reading a lot about altering time and space patterns, but the nearest thing I can conclude is that it was just a dream that I happened to live again in real life.